Okay, we are live.
Okay.
So, hello, Comic Jam Hawaii, and whoever else might be watching. Anybody
Yay.
else is going to jump in. Joining us today is Scott Shaw, artist, animator, producer, comics historian. Did I miss anything?
I feed the cat once in a while.
There you go.
Cat feeder. Okay. And of course, John and I from Comic Jam Hawaii.
You know us. Yeah.
So just to get the ball rolling, Scott, what we normally do with like the people we interview, we want to ask like, where were you born and raised?
I was born in New York in the Naval Hospital in Queens.
Okay.
And my parents, my dad had been a Pearl Harbor survivor, and he had trained at the Naval Training Center in San Diego.
Oh.
He always thought, he told me, he said, Hawaii was more beautiful, but I really wasn't seeing it from that point of view. So he felt that San Diego was the most beautiful place because it was nice and calm, I think, too. But he grew up on a farm. So my dad was stationed in New York as an aide to an admiral, and we lived, when I was a toddler, we lived in a mansion in the servants' quarters.
Oh, wow.
He was the aide to an admiral. But he wound up, he'd been in the Navy long enough, and I think being a Mustang officer kind of gave him a little bit of credibility to a lot of people, so he knew how to work the system. And he got reassigned to San Diego and then stayed in San Diego for almost the rest of his career.
Oh, wow.
Because there were 9 open bases there. So that's where I grew up. And, we didn't. He never told us about the missile crisis. he had top secret clearance because he was the commanding officer of an island off of Santa Barbara that was developing drone planes back in 1961.
Oh, wow.
And I went out there. He managed to, again, top secret, but I'll let my son come out. And there was like an area on the island that was all fenced off. But I felt like Johnny Quest out there, and it was 3 years before Johnny Quest. I was like, Johnny Quest could have been a fat kid, But I only met Doug Wildey. I could have cut a piece of that action.
Oh, man. That was a great story,
I'm trying to remember from our conversation before, you said you were born in 1951. So what got you into art at that time?
My DNA.
Okay.
I mean, I wanted before I could hold a pencil, my dad would draw for me.
Oh.
And I found this out at my dad's funeral after I'd done the eulogy. A couple of his buddies from Decatur, Illinois, where he grew up, a farming community, said, "Oh, didn't you know your old man liked to draw? He wanted to be an artist too."
Oh.
My dad never told me that. He never told me that. But he loved lettering, and he taught me how to letter when I was very young, and he'd do drawings for me. I remember he taught me how to draw a naked woman when I was about 8. He goes, "Here, you can make money drawing this for your buddies." I mean, and I did. I bought comics with it, 3 cents. Hey, I mean, even when I was like in elementary school, I was selling drawings to buy comics so I could find more stuff to teach me how to draw.
Oh, wow.
But I just... my I guess is a long-winded way of saying my dad was kind of quietly very supportive. So he would drive me around town this was back when old comics were a nickel a piece or 3 for a dime, So we'd be able to put free ads in the newspapers. He'd drive me around San Diego and I'd buy comics for myself. And, those were my textbooks. But I think most cartoonists I know seem to have been born with that, sliver of something in their DNA that says you cannot ignore a blank piece of paper. And I write all my stuff too. So, I mean, I like making the stories every bit or more than actually doing the drawings. I think John would agree. Once you've got the story worked out, you kind of know how it's going to look.
Yeah. Exactly.
You wish you had one of those. When I was a kid, there was a Superman comic. And he's sitting in his Fortress of Solitude, and he's got like this metal thing fitted over his head with like a connector to a computer, and it's got No, it's not a computer. It's an actual canvas. And there's robot arms with brushes. And it's painting. He's remembering what the waterfall of Candor looks like or something.
Right.
And as a kid, I'm like, I can't wait for them to invent that. And I'm still thinking, I don't want a flying car. Those things will fall on you.
That's the way people drive, probably not the
But
best
if I
thing.
could just eliminate the eye to hand thing and just have it brain right to the paper, I think we'd all make a lot more money that way.
Yeah, but then anybody could do it.
No, because most people don't even know how to see something in their head. Otherwise, we wouldn't have art directors if that was the case. That would be something. It's like, well, it'd be like politics. Every opinion's valid. No, it's
Oh,
not.
there you go. Oh,
So, now I kind of want to, because we're a Hawaii-based group, I kind of want to tie you to Hawaii. But obviously, you're wearing an Enjoy Comics T-shirt, so
There's
I
a
don't know
Aloha
if
shirt.
we'll see this, and you
Yes.
got your Aloha shirt on, and
I'm not in that stupid boogaloo thing. I'm almost willing to boycott Aloha shirts until those guys are all done with their crap, because that's the most insulting thing I can imagine to Hawaiians. They don't even understand that, probably.
Yeah.
They're so culturally blind. It's so like, hey, this is goofy. No, it's really bad. Everything they're doing is bad. So I'm kind of worried about going out in public wearing anything that I actually like.
you're,
I think
When did you-
I'm going to make a shirt that says "Don't shoot me." I think that would be
When did you start wearing the Aloha shirts?
after I read Hunter Thompson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was always wearing Hawaiian shirts, and I just thought that was kind of a signal that, especially, I'm not a troublemaker, but I always like being like the sore thumb that stands out. So at the ad agencies, I'd wear Hawaiian shirts to meet with the clients, and no shoes. I just wear sandals, shorts.
There you go.
Because intersecting with people that have money to pay you for those lines on paper that we do, they don't quite get it for the most part, but they do like the idea of having a cartoonist because, hey, they're wacky. It's like they saw the Duck Factory once or something. And so they have this expectation. But if I actually acted like myself, I'd get in huge trouble with it. So I've learned how to kind of put on that Disney character suit that, walk around Disneyland in, except it's of me. And then I kind of act like a caricature myself around them. And I'll make sure I swear once in the conversation, really bad. I just do stuff to kind of like give them their money's worth beyond on the paper. It's like, here's the performance. Now and that's the way I get them to trust me. And I wasn't being dishonest, but I certainly couldn't say, you really don't know what you're talking about. Just shut up and let me do it.
Yeah.
So you'd have to kind of win their trust and then say, look, tell me what you want, and what is your goal, and I'll work on that. Rather than tell me how to do it.
I was hoping.
I'm seeing myself here. Can you switch this so I'm looking at your faces? Thank you. It's really disturbing. I'm going, man, you are correct. And this is my best, so I'm in trouble.
Right there with you, Scott. I was going to ask one of the people that was a stable here was a colleague of yours that I'm hoping you might be able to reminisce on a little bit. But Dave Thorne, who left us a few years ago.
Dave Thorne, boy, he was. I didn't grow up in Hawaii, so I didn't have that feeling of him being legendary the way so many kids that grew up there did, from just being familiar with an onslaught of his stuff throughout school. But he was one of the sweetest, most legitimate guys I've ever met. He genuinely loved comics, and I never I mean, he was almost like too good to be true because I never saw him act petty or mean. He could like some people that I couldn't stand, and he would say, "Well, why don't you like them?" It's like, Dave, I'm glad you do. Let's not get into that. But he was always like trying to kind of adjust things. He wanted it to be a very happy world, and his cartoons reflected that. I mean, most cartoonists, I think their work kind of, if you know them, you go, yeah, that makes sense. And John, I think your work is that way.
Oh, thank you.
Mike, I don't know your work, but I bet we all kind of exhibit that in a certain way.
It's true. I always liked your nickname for Dave.
Oh, Mad Dog. That was my son Kirby that came up with that. Yeah. Because I mean, he's the mildest guy I ever met, so of course he should sound like the scary biker. And we were in that little coffee shop over toward Liberty House in the new mall. I can't think of the name of it, but I remember because we were all sitting in a booth, and Dave had a Sharpie in his pocket, and Kirby was about 8. He goes, "Can I have that?" Sure. And he pulls up Dave's shirt and draws this big black tattoo that says Mad Dog on it. And we've got a photo somewhere because Dave just sat there, oh, this is fine. I think if he'd been little and wanted to start drawing on his face, Dave would have let him. I mean, he was just that kind of guy.
Dave actually wanted he really did want a motorcycle, in his later age. He wanted actually a Harley to drive around, but Lorraine wouldn't
he
let him.
also wanted a totem pole.
This is true.
So who knows? The next would have been a Conestoga wagon or something.
Oh, fun stuff.
Yeah, I miss seeing Dave.
Yeah.
But I hear from what's his wife's name? Lorraine, yes.
Lorraine.
Yeah, I hear from her every so often.
Yeah.
And I was very pleased that you guys asked me to be part of that little booklet comic that you published for Dave's Memorial.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I found it the other day, and it was like, boy, it's too bad more people didn't know who Dave was. This would make a nice little book,
Yeah.
Well, we sent out quite a few of those. Alan Lowe did the layout for that, and Alan Lowe is watching if you want to say hi.
Oh, yeah, I remember Alan. Give him my best.
And I did the printing, and that's how we got that done.
It's a nice looking book. I thought the design was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Alan, I know you're watching.
Oh, Alan. Alan Lowe.
Well, I did. I mean, magazines are kind of dying out anyway, but boy, some of the ones I like to read, like, the worst one I like to read is Fangoria. They kind of revamp themselves, but it looks like ninth graders put it together. You want to have some negative space on a page. You don't want red type on a black background. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you'd see in these things, and you just be, is it changing? Or am I losing my mind? What's going on?
New art director.
Well, you can't turn it off once you've done it, but I just don't feel that it's. I mean, so few people read now anyway. I don't want the people that are putting together material I want to read to make it more like hard work. It's like I just want people to sit there and get the information quickly.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Fangoria thing, I don't even like any of those movies. I just like reading about an industry that's crappier than working in comic books.
Oh boy.
I mean, there's stories about people like on shoots where like the female star would have to cook lunch for everybody. I mean,
wow.
we don't get screwed that bad.
Like the only thing that interested me about those was like how they did some of the effects. But
yeah, usually it involves a big vat of ketchup.
all right. Well, thank you for giving some insight on to Dave and your relationship. We'll go back to you now. So, how did you get started in the art industry? What was your first professional gig?
My first professional gig was in 7th grade. I did a sign for the hamburger stand up the street from my junior high school.
Oh.
And I think I got $10 for doing that.
Oh. Yeah.
But so I mean, that's not bad. At least it gave me some hope. And then I wound up working for the school papers as I got older, so that kind of at least gave me a sense of print. And you know, John Pound followed me up, so he was much better artist than I was. But you know, we had a lot of fans at my high school, so it's important to Comic Con too. But my first actual paid job to create something in the comic book business would be Ken Kruger's Gory Stories Quarterly. And I have a 10-page story in there about a monster comes up out of the sewers, and his name is the Turd.
Oh.
And the Turd is, unfortunately, one of my most famous creations. Not because of that comic, although it went through 3 different printings, and now it's like, I don't know, $50 a copy.
Wow.
And yet it sold so badly on the 3rd printing that Ken Kruger, the guy behind it who wound up running the warehouse at Pacific Comics, used copies to stuff boxes where the actual ordered product might shift around during shipping. I mean, it was that and copies of Wild Animals that considered just like fodder. It's like, we just use it. We're using storage space on this crap that nobody's going to buy. And now they're worth money. So but that was the first thing, and it led to me doing I didn't have the sense to be embarrassed, but I went to the World Science Fiction Convention in 1972 near LAX, and covered myself with 18 pounds of peanut butter and canned corn and went as the third to the costume ball.
Wow.
I hadn't done a trial version of it. Who would? And it wound up melting and getting all over everything, everywhere I walked, every costume I brushed up against. I couldn't
My goodness.
see the eye holes. I made so many people mad at me without intending to. They treated me like a terrorist. And I was just, again, Hunter Thompson, Dada art, performance art. I just thought it was, hey, this is ridiculous. Isn't this funny? And instead, after taking my shower in my room in the hotel, and by the way, the maid came in the next morning, and I was like so embarrassed. I started to apologize, and she looked and she goes, it looked like a down shot of the Mississippi Delta. It was just nothing but peanut butter soil there. And she said, oh, I've seen worse than that, honey. So I thought, well, okay then, right? 2 weeks later, I find out that the con chairman is looking for me, thinking we don't even know each other. I just saw him from afar, and I thought, boy, what an a-hole. So I thought, I was like, boy, he's looking for me. It turns out that the plumbing exploded at the hotel, and they found out that it was peanut butter impacted in the pipe. So it's like toilets were going up in the air, and stuff was, I mean, they had to pay like thousands of dollars to repair the, and it was just like, for me, it was like just a moment, it's like, just look how silly this is.
You definitely left your mark, I tell you that much.
My skid mark. Set him up, I'll knock him down.
Oh my goodness.
You just handed that one to me. Hand me a sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay,
so back then they already had like
That could
cosplay.
have wiped your brain of everything. You just have that. I could have sent you a photo, but I didn't. Aren't you happy?
Yeah, but there you go.
no, I taken the photo. I'm easy.
I'd send you one of me dressed in jelly too.
Oh,
No, that didn't happen.
that's a follow-up.
No, I'll sooner or later I'll turn into jelly though, so that's possible.
So after, did you go to like graduate school for art, or did you go right into the industry?
I'm self-taught.
Mhm.
I had some art classes in college, but it was just art history. I did have a figure drawing class I dropped out of college in my senior year, because I had enough art jobs and I was sick of dealing with academics. And I'm academic myself, but it's all about lowbrow stuff, oddball comics. But, I got ripped off 2 times in the same day. I found out that a cartoon I'd drawn for the newspaper won an award, like best cartoon in the state.
Oh.
Somebody come in and said, "Hey, I like that," and they gave them the original art. And some stranger walked out with my original art. Same time, one of my art teachers, who claimed to love underground comics and especially like Rick Griffin's art, borrowed a big stack of underground comics from me, and they all came back, and there was no Rick Griffin comics in there.
Oh.
And I said, "Where are the Rick Griffin comics?" He goes, "Who are you talking about?" And it was like, well, I guess he must think I've been on more drugs than I have been. So I got really angry. And it was like in the middle of my senior year, and I thought, what difference does it make? I've already got work. I can't endure this anymore. Nobody's taking it seriously. If I'd gone to something like Art Center, I probably wasn't good enough to go to Art Center. But if I had, I would have taken it much more seriously. But they insisted that I have it. If you're going to do art, then you have to have a double major. So I had a double major in journalism and illustration.
Oh, okay.
And I figured that was as close to cartooning as I'm ever going to get. But I wound up writing for the school paper. And frankly, if I'd never gotten a gig as a cartoonist, I would have been a reporter. And look where I would have wound up now. I had people with sniper rifles after me.
Okay, let's do a little name dropping, Scott. Can you tell us some of the projects that people might be familiar with that you have worked on? I know it's an extensive list, but
well, let's see. In animation, which is where more people or actually run across my stuff, I worked on probably over 200 Pebble cereal commercials with Barney stealing Fred's cereal. And now, as a diabetic who's lost one of his feet, I look back with pleasure that I made so many children diabetic too. I mean, it's really embarrassing, but I would have sold Flintstones nerve gas. I really would. I love doing those commercials because I had been working on TV shows, producing the completely mental misadventures of Ed Grimley.
Yeah.
With Martin Short and most of the cast of SCTV, plus Jonathan Winters, which was the real thing for me because he was my time I was a kid. We wound up doing a book together that we never sold, but I've got all the illustrations still. That was a big deal, and so was Camp Candy because working with John Candy was a real pleasure. But the TV commercials had a bigger budget and longer schedule than a whole half-hour show. So that's another reason why I liked doing those commercials was, we had to sell crummy cereal, but everything else in those was exactly the way I wanted them to be.
They were very elaborate, and then you had like a lot of guest voices. Gary Owens was on there a few times. Gary Owens
was a friend of ours anyway, so it was kind of like, play with us. The coolest, weirdest one, there was one with this giant purple shark, and he only had one line, and we got Lou Rawls, the singer, to do the voice. So he had that real low, cool voice rather than a scary voice, which I thought would be funnier,
But you've done
shark.
But you've done you've done the writing, you've done the directing, the animation, the storyboards, but you've also designed the boxes of the Fruity Pebbles and designed the toys in it too, right?
Yeah, the toys. I posters. I mean, it was a wonderful gig because the Flintstones are still my favorite cartoon characters. Even though watching them on MeTV every night, I realize only about half of them are really good. But and even I shouldn't even say good. There are about a half dozen that are really good, but that's enough for a TV show, right?
Yeah.
But I just loved that show so much when I was a kid, and there's something in my head that says Fred Flintstone's head is the most perfectly designed cartoon head ever. And the limited animation never bothered me but be able to do those characters in full animation. I mean, a fellow named Mike Cazala that you guys probably know
Yeah.
from his comic books. He was the animator I always tried to get. And I think because of Mike's involvement, those have the best animation the Flintstones have ever.
Great. And did you do the later Fred and Barney shows?
I worked on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't so hot, but it was the way I got into the business. I was actually writing and drawing comic books for with the Hanna-Barbera characters, both for Marvel and for the overseas publishers. And they called me up one day from Hanna-Barbera and said, "We're doing a new show, and we've seen your comics. And we were wondering if you might want to come in and talk about working on the staff." And I was let me see, in my late 20s.
Wow.
And I just liked the idea of freelancing and sitting around in my underwear. Maybe why my first wife divorced me. But I thought, I just kind of like to be here. That's okay. And they said, "Well, it's the Flintstones." I said, "When do I show up?"
Yeah.
I had managed a comic book store down the street from Hanna-Barbera when I moved from San Diego to Los Angeles. And one of the mentalities, the things in my head, I should say, that I figured would work was I'm going to meet people from down the street. It was only 3 or 4 miles away from Hanna-Barbera. I mean, I knew cartoonists like comics,
Yeah.
And I made friends with Steve Gerber and Roy Thomas there, and Jerry Eisenberg and Willie Ito. And I mean, I'd met Willie before at Comic-Con, but here people would come in and they'd really, talk to you. We'd actually have nice long conversations, especially when it wasn't just some guy that wanted to sell you a comic behind the counter. I was like, "Yeah, I know you, and I'm talking about specific things," and that always makes creators happy. You guys knowing my stuff makes me happy. But
I got a question from
that all led to those gigs, especially Mark Evanier. He was key to the whole thing because he introduced me to the editor at Hanna-Barbera of the books, and then he retired and Mark took over. But anyway, when they asked me to come over, I said, "Sure." But I didn't work on the Flintstones first because it turned out they didn't have the approval to start. So I got trained to do layouts on Doug Wildey's Godzilla show
Oh,
with Dave Stevens. And
I enjoyed those. Yeah.
well, it depends on your age. I think the funniest thing to me about the Godzilla show is Doug Wildey loved to have those like a real comic book, like shadowy areas, but it was too expensive. But he insisted on putting like a big black spot in Godzilla's crotch. Do you remember that?
I remember.
So it's like you look there. It's like, what is that? I'm sure kids are going, "What is that hiding? What's that?" "Oh,
Godzilla censored.
I know what's under there." But
We just watched it for Godzuki.
Dave Stevens, that's how Dave got to meet and get to know Doug, and that's why Doug was put into the Rocketeer from their friendship.
Very cool.
So I went from there to working on the new Fred and Barney show, and almost everybody on that show had been in the animation business 40 or 50 years.
Oh, wow.
It was myself and a couple other young guys. They brought in other guys that did superhero stuff for Doug, like Will Mineo and Rick Hoberg. But I was the only guy in comics that came in to work on the Flintstones because I really wasn't very good drawing that Godzilla show. Doug came around my table once and he goes, says, "You one of them Bigfoot cartoonists, aren't you?" And by Bigfoot, I know you knows what I mean, but to the public, Bigfoot is kind of within the industry a term for guys that draw funny stuff.
Yeah.
And by guys, I mean women too.
Yeah.
But he wasn't exactly annoyed, but he was kind of looking down his nose at me. And I went, "Yeah, Doug, I draw that funny stuff." And he's like, "Okay, from now on, you only draw scenes with monsters in them, no humans." And I was really happy then because nothing I like better than drawing monsters. So it was really funny because I wouldn't get like scenes in a row. They just like cherry pick them out of the show. Okay, you get scenes 4, 83, 92, because I sucked at drawing humans. I mean, realistic humans.
Hey, this is from Alan Lowe, real quick. Hey guys, sorry I had eye surgery today. We'll tell you later. Can you ask Scott why he thinks the Flintstones was so popular and so successful? Also, was it simply just a rip-off homage to the Honeymooners?
Yes, it was. It was definitely a ripoff of the Honeymooners. Jackie Gleason threatened to sue them until his manager told him that every child in America would hate him for getting the Flintstones off the air. So he decided to back off. But as they got older, they referred to it also as what was the show that William Bendix was in? It preceded the Honeymooners, where he always had the gag where the bowling ball would fall down and hit him on the head, like John Candy would do and stuff. I can't think of the name of the show, but they'd mentioned that a lot too. And there were bits definitely taken out of that, like the bowling ball. But really, let me backtrack a little bit to when I was a little boy. And this will tell you a lot about why they were so popular. They actually, I was a big fan of Hanna-Barbera stuff anyway. I mean, how many kids even know the name of the studio, your favorite studio? But guys like us figure that out, and it was Jay Ward and Hanna-Barbera. They were kind of like the cavalry arriving because I'd memorized all the Warner Brothers and Popeyes and Tom and Jerry's that they'd released TV by that time. So I really was interested in anything Hanna-Barbera was going to do, but they publicized the Flintstones probably 2 months before it actually aired at the end of September in 1960. And I was an only child, and I was tested as a bright kid. My parents are told that I had to do all these different things to find, what I really wanted to do in life. Well, I'd already found it. I wanted to be a cartoonist, but I also wanted to be a paleontologist. So when I heard a show was coming out about cavemen and dinosaurs by my favorite cartoon studio, and then I see the drawing of Fred, and it looks kind of like my dad, and I'm just like, I'm 9 years old, and I'm thinking, I can't go to the stupid violin lesson that my parents have set me up. I'm not a musician, But meanwhile, every Friday I'm having to do that. It was either that or the accordion. They had me take both the two worst instruments ever. I mean, if they gave me guitar lessons, at least like 10 years later, I could have gotten laid, But that's anyway,
we've got the bagpipes coming up,
Anyway, I went on a big campaign to him. I mean, showing him all the ads and talking about how great it was going to be. And they finally, I think, just mainly because I was only child and as obsessive then as I am now, I just wore him down. And when that thing came on, I was about this far from the screen. And I remember thinking to myself as the final credits were up, that's what I'm going to work on. And I didn't just mean the Flintstones. I meant animation. But I really was thinking that's the best thing I've ever seen. Because it was
great.
Funny. I mean, I wasn't used to it. And the second one, or maybe third down, was actually the first one made where Fred got arrested.
Yeah.
Remember when they had the pool party? I don't know what was going on in my head, but I thought, man, this is great. It not only has an adult caveman, but he gets taken to jail. This is the best thing I've ever seen. I mean, that shot with him on that, it looks kind of like an ankylosaurus, but it's really a giant sow bug.
Yeah.
It's got multiple legs. Yeah. And it was like, I still have that toy they made of that. And it was like, that's the top scene in the whole series as far as I can. Fred gets busted. Yeah. And why would that appeal to a 9-year-old? I don't know. But it was different from anything else I'd seen in cartoons. And I think that's why everybody liked the Flintstones so much. They wore the gimmick out about the show changed from being a show kind of aimed at adults to absolutely aimed at kids in the fourth season when they added Bam Bam. Because the only reason they added Bam Bam was because they were originally going to do a character called Fred Jr. from the very get-go. That was part of the first pitch. In fact, the Golden Book, you may have seen that. There's a little kid on the cover.
Yeah, you showed that, yeah.
Anyway, that never happened. And when they finally got around to it, they were going to have a boy. And Ideal Toys told me, I said, well, too bad. If you had a girl, you could sell twice as many. So Bill and Joe threw their ethics out the window as always and said, yeah, okay, well, did we say boy? It's going to be a girl. And they sold 6 million Pebbles dolls.
Oh my
And
goodness.
they publicized Pebbles' birth by having people have the naming contest. And they probably had picked Pebbles long before, but you know how Hollywood is. So they really knew how to promote the studio. And, you know, they do things like there's a Flintstones episode where Yogi Bear's sitting in a tree. One season of the Flintstones opens with Pebbles playing with those styrofoam building blocks that Kenner Toys made.
Oh,
I mean, it's like they put a commercial for their own toy in the opening of the show.
Yeah.
So that tells you. I mean, plus, look, I love those guys. I still am so happy I got to know them fairly well. They even yelled at me at times. So there you go. But they were kind of like Native Americans. They used every part of the buffalo, sometimes over and over and over. And they'd steal from other buffaloes too. Yeah. So they were like crooked Indians because I mean they, you know, Honeymooner's fine. Let's take that. Huckleberry Hound. Well, he was essentially the wolf in those old Tex Avery cartoons. Dawes Butler was doing his voice too. The Jetsons were a ripoff of the Blondie movies from the 40s, for the Blondie adaptation of the comic strip. Yogi Bear is Art Carney. In fact, so is Barney Rubble. In fact, I once asked him if when they were developing the Flintstones, if they hadn't come up with Barney's name yet because they just kept calling him the Carney Double. That's something I'd heard. They both got really mad when I asked that. It was even worse. But yeah, I was always bugging them with questions, and they liked me, and they had me around. They never fired me, but I think it was going through their head, why does this guy love us so much? We're just cranking out crap now. Well, I only really like about the first 2-3 years of Hanna-Barbera cartoons. There's stuff here and there after that. But when they got started and the stuff looks really primitive, that's when they're the funniest. Yeah. And I'm writing an article about Gilbert Shelton, the guy that created Wonder Warthog and the Freak Brothers. I found a quote from him. It's like the story. It really doesn't matter what it looks like until you get a story that's funny. And they understood that. I liked them from the time they did Rough and Ready, which was a show nobody remembers now. You do?
I remember that, yeah. I've seen reruns of it, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it when it was running new on NBC.
Yeah.
And that was also where one of the places where I got obsessed with dinosaurs, because they had a story where they go to a world at the center of the earth. Didn't take much to get me going.
Right. Since we've got a good run on the Flintstones and Pebbles and stuff, I'm going to bring up some of the artwork that you sent me related to that.
Okay.
And we'll just go through it kind of quickly. You can tell us whatever you want about it.
Did you have anything else I needed to tell Alan? I think I covered it, didn't I?
I think you did.
Yeah.
See if Alan's nodding his head. Oh, we can't.
Scott has sent me a bunch of stuff. We'll just kind of quickly go through it, and you tell us what you want to see.
Oh, that was for a Pebbles box.
Oh.
That was for a giveaway. That was one of the weirder assignments I've ever had, because actually the first time I did it was a Godzilla coloring book. It's strange to do drawings and then just draw dots and then erase the drawings. You do an awful lot of work they never see.
Oh,
yeah.
That was the first gig I ever had in mainstream comics. It wasn't the first one published, but it was like, 72-page tabloid. And I inked everything but one chapter.
Wow.
And I inked that cover too. I still got the cover, in fact. That was something I did when we were, we'd had these kind of slow periods at Hanna-Barbera where we were mainly developing new shows to pitch to the networks. And sometimes we go for 2 or 3 days without much of anything to do. This was before they decided to just lay people off and have you do it freelance. And so I had time on my hands, so I went through their files and took every drawing I could find of a dinosaur or a car or a device and put them in categories. And this thing, I thought, I thought, why spend money on drawing a new can opener when we had great ones from the original series, right? This is the weirdest one I've ever worked on. This was a thing for kids. What do they call them that kids are put in? The court determines foster children.
Oh,
Foster
wow.
children written by educators, and it makes no sense at all.
Huh.
Pebbles and Bam Bam make friends with a tomato and a carrot whose gardener is hurting them with a toe. Therefore, they have to go see Fred, who's like the Wizard of Oz wearing his lodge hat. And it just gets weirder from there. It's like, this is not reassuring kids about anything, you know. It was so horrible.
Oh.
But I'm very proud to have done it. In fact, I remember trading artwork with the guy that was lettering it or something at our wedding. So it's a happy memory. That one was much happier, the seatbelt one. And that was something that just recently was republished in Retro Fan Magazine, which is a Tomorrow's magazine that I do a monthly or actually quarterly article for, just about weird stuff that I like. But this is a whole thing, just an overview of the Flintstones that I did back in the 1990s.
I think that was an animation magazine. I actually have that. Actually.
Yeah, it was called Cartoon Quarterly.
That's the one, yeah.
With Mickey on the cover.
Yeah.
I think in a flight jacket or a leisure suit or something. Okay, this is from when I was working at the ad agency. This is a markup. You can see up at the top there's like a red loop where I've noticed something wasn't colored right.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah.
But this is a pretty good shot of the finished ad. And this also was... not only do the artwork, but I did a commercial that tied in with it where, you know, Barney always dresses up as somebody in the ad to fool Fred. I had Barney dress up as Fred, and Fred thinks he blew his mind. That was one of the ones I enjoyed doing more than, because that's something you would expect to actually see in the show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Barney didn't usually dress up as a Power Ranger on this show. Oh, there's a very big man there. I lost a little bit, but at least I was dressed well, right?
Yeah.
And that's a poster I did in the 5th grade when I ran for office in my elementary school, and it was that was 6th grade. And look, it's so early that I didn't know how Dino's name was spelled. By the way, it was only about maybe 6 or 7 years ago I realized why Dino's name is Dino and not Dino. Joe Barbera was so obsessively Italian. I'm sure that he thought that was funny to make an Italian dinosaur. He once called me in his office just to look at the book of the who's who of Italian American entertainers. And he made me stand there for 10 minutes while he pretended to find his entry, not knowing that I knew you had to pay to get your name in there.
And I see, is that a award and a Golden Globe or something?
Well, where?
Can you go back, Mike?
Yeah, I don't think that's mine.
Oh, okay.
I've got Emmy certificates, but they were really kind of overall certificates in different categories in the show.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm not listed as an Emmy winner, but I really am. So, you know, that was one of the first Pebble cereal ads I did for comic books. You know, the gimmick they would come up with was ripoffs of different fads or popular characters or actors, because the Flintstones did the same thing back in the 60s. So I was, you know, when I started working at the ad agency, they had kind of a C rating with the client, and it was like one of the lower income accounts that the ad agency had.
Right.
By the time I was let go because they were decided that all the scrutiny of children's cereal was starting to be so serious that Post decided they wanted to sell all their cereal, or at least the Pebbles line, to Quaker, and now Quaker owns them. That's why you don't see any animated commercials.
Oh,
That's why they let me go. But by the time I left, it was the most lucrative account that they had at the ad agency.
wow.
So I must have been doing something right.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a poster I made that actually went in the cereal.
I love this. I love all the characters in there.
Yeah, they called me up. Another guy in comics was supposed to do it, and they were asking him. He didn't have anything done, and they said, "Well, we got to have this thing printed in 2 weeks. Do you know anybody that can do this?" Because he completely dropped the ball. I said, "Sure, me."
Yeah.
And I wound up doing this at night, and I was younger, so I could stay up, most of the night, do work that I didn't have to do over in the morning. And I got this and 2 Scooby-Doo posters done in a couple of weeks.
Wow. But I love how there's Captain Caveman and all these other characters in there.
When I was doing this, I kept thinking, what kind of poster would I want when I was 9 years old?
We got the Great Gazoo.
And most of this hadn't existed yet, but still, it's like I want a poster that kind of has everything Flintstones in it at once.
That's
Plus,
great.
You can't really tell from this, but it gave you like this little plastic thing that you could kind of translucent that had grooves in it. If you put it over certain things, you could see secret images I had in there, and they were all clean too.
No Godzilla.
That's one over Betty's breast or something.
There.
I know. I'm getting more of a thing.
I have had more people at conventions want me to draw Wilma and Betty naked.
Oh my goodness.
I say people when I mean lonely men.
Yeah.
And I just don't get it. It's like, come on, guys, they're lines on paper. They're non-existent characters. They don't exist. I'll never forget one time we had a scene where Barney was taking a shower.
Okay.
And, it was going to just Barney, and there's like a cycle of dry brush paint coming down to look like water. So the guy did the layout, and instead of just drawing Barney like a spud like anybody else would, he put really developed buttocks cheeks on it. And stuff like that would always go up on the wall. We had a whole wall where it's like, this is not acceptable. I mean, we were pretty good guys. We weren't creepy about it, but it was still weird to find that stuff in your folder once in a while. Okay, this is another thing I did. This was if you sent in box tops, you got this, a bowl, and a spoon, and I designed all of them.
Wow.
I'm going to jump off that real quick because Stephen Antonio was asking, because you did a lot of crossover with product development and toys. Did you keep any of this stuff that you helped develop?
Oh, everything. And it's all in storage, but I got it. I've got a tremendous collection of old Flintstone stuff too. Oh, there's something that all the voiceover people signed it. And that was an episode, the first one that I brought Gary in on. And Gary was so much fun to work with. He'd come in, you'd like an hour for recording. He'd come in, okay, here's the script. Yes, I read it last night. He'd read it. They go, can you shave about 1/4 of an eighth of an, second off it? Why, certainly. It was like his brain was calibrated.
Wow.
And he'd do it and then just tell us funny stories for the next 50 minutes. I mean, he was such a nice man. He was kind of the Dave Thorne of celebrities, as far as I'm concerned. He and John Candy, but very different ways.
Yeah.
Gary was one of us. He seemed sophisticated, but he was just as goofy and loved cartooning, and he was an amateur cartoonist, and he had so much stuff. One day I went over to his house to see him, and he went, "Oh, here's something for you." He gave me a page of Mort Drucker's art out of a Mad Magazine parody.
Wow.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, here, have this." I don't say he's a great guy because he gave me that, but I mean, he was the opposite of Hollywood, and yet he kind of was the intersection of an awful lot of things in Hollywood. He even was the guy that introduced Sonny to Cher.
Wow.
And he also was the publisher of Tiger Beat magazine. A lot of people don't know that. He had a lot of, being a DJ, he had a lot of opportunities to be involved in stuff like that.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the nicest men I've ever known.
That's great.
And John Candy was that, he was he was. I mean, most of those people were really nice to work with, but John was just, again, one of us. He was, at the time he died, he asked me if I could start reassembling some of the comics he used to buy.
Oh,
And
very cool.
Dave Thomas is a Silver Age Superman collector.
Oh.
He even had Superman at the end of Strange Brew, just because he wanted to have his own Superman suit when they were done.
There you go. I love Strange Brew.
That's the only reason Crypto shows up, was I.
I'd like to catch up with two questions here from the chat. Murphy Milbourne's asking, what did you think of Mark Russell's recent adaptation of the Flintstones?
It wasn't an adaptation. It was a whole new thing. When I opened it up, now I know that Amanda Connor did the designs, and I think her work is outstanding. It's very appealing. No matter how trashy the subject is, you like looking at the characters. It's more like Silver Age stuff, right? But whoever was drawing it, it kind of looked just like an adaptation of the Flintstone movie. And I know the writing was good, but I was infuriated that Warner Brothers refuses to admit that the Flintstones is a cartoon show. It's like, if you just did a funny Flintstones comic, wouldn't that be enough? But, they have to do things like, make the Flintstones and the Jetsons realistic, and they put Johnny Quest together with all the superheroes, and now Snagglepuss is gay, which is interesting. But, they made Tweety, they changed Tweety's sex twice.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers will do anything to make more money. They found out women thought Tweety was a woman or a female, so they started making all this Tweety Bird jewelry and stuff around the same time they announced that Tweety was a girl. Then at some point it got out because, Bob Clampett made it real clear to everybody Tweety was based on his own baby pictures.
Yeah.
That now Tweety's a boy again. I think about the same time they had those new cartoons on streaming. So Warner's will just do anything, to get in the news. It's kind of like Harvey Comics and Archie Comics. I mean, everything has to be a gimmick now because it's like white noise out there in terms of entertainment. I mean, you could literally, if you were being paid to do it, you could literally spend every day watching 8 hours of new Marvel material on TV. I thought I had it bad trying to buy all 8 comics every month,
Connie Jolitz asked, what are your favorite newer, quote unquote, newer cartoons over the decades? And
I really liked.
And how do they compare to the old stuff?
I liked the Regular Show a lot.
Oh.
The Regular Show reminded me of an underground comic, and I really like. What was the name of that show about the little girl who was like an overzealous Girl Scout? It was on Nickelodeon.
Oh, something B.
Yeah, it was Bees. It was because she was in the Bees. That was the name of her.
Yeah.
That was really good. And one of the few times anybody kind of tried to do something John Chris Falusi style that actually worked, I thought. Let me see others. I love Batman Brave and the Bold. I think that's the best superhero.
That was fun. That was very fun, yeah.
It's everything I like about comics in a little capsule of animation. Everything.
Yeah.
When I saw the first episode and it was Gorilla Grodd controlling pterodactyls with cavemen flying it to hijack a luxury cruiser and then turn Batman into Bat Ape, I felt like that Flintstones episode, like maybe this is just made for me, This is just the kind of stuff that I would show to the people at the ad agency before we actually would start on a commercial. So that's what they call the standard, licensed breakfast, where it's always the same. It always has all this stuff on there that is so nutritious that it would still be a nutritious breakfast if they took the box of cereal away. I'm not making that up.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's always a part of this complete breakfast,
Yeah, yeah. These are all from one I did that was based. It was like a parody of Bond, James Bond titles.
Oh,
Yeah, they were spies, and I got this. See, yeah, I would like break up the screen. Stuff would slide in and move up and down. I
cool.
thought this one turned out really well. We did this at Duck Soup Animation,
Hmm.
and I got to use the villains from all the Flintstone villains over the show, and from A Man Called Flintstone.
Man called Flintstone. That's a great.
Which isn't. I don't think it's that great a movie. If you ever watch it, the last third, you can tell the budget must just be like going down because like they're like reusing footage from the TV show by the end. What happened? But I know how Bill Hanna thinks. Something happened. Hey, we rush this out. I can save a couple of million. You know, he was like, they were very money oriented, but at the same time, every time they'd make comments like that, I think, yeah, but these are the same guys that made Tom and Jerry possibly the best cartoons ever.
Right.
You know? Oh, that was something I did. I did, but didn't really get to finish because midway through doing this, I got struck with my first kidney stone. So this is actually finishes by my friend Scott Gerald. But this was something. This is kind of a funny story. Can I take a minute on this one?
Sure.
I got sick. I was in the hospital. The editor's calling. It's driving me crazy. I can't pick up the phone. My wife says he's in the hospital. He finally calls me. They release me home. I still haven't passed it. He's going, "Where's that? Where is that?" And I had a problem with him when I did John Candy's show because there was a licensed comic and John didn't like the way he was drawn. He asked me to redraw the comic for no cost, but I did it in my spare time while I was producing it because I wanted to make him happy. Anyway, as soon as Sid sees this, he goes, "Yeah, I knew you were a piece of crap the minute I met you." I'm like, what the heck? And he's like yelling at me into the phone. And then all of a sudden he stops and he goes, "So do you think I might have that cover on Tuesday?" I mean, that's how comics are, Gary. It's like 1 minute. It's kind of like Bewitched in reverse. You know,
Yeah.
1 minute you're a genius, then you're a jerk.
Now you work with Scott Gerald on Crypto, right?
Yeah, I really like the Crypto show.
Crypto, the Super Dog.
The backgrounds were designed by Iwo in the style of the Frankenstein Jr. stuff.
Oh,
Yeah. I always thought Iwo was not that great as a character designer. It seemed like everything he did looked like Scooby-Doo. But I thought his composition was exquisite.
Oh, yeah.
He was hired as a background or a layout guy, and frankly, that was where I was always blown away by his sense of composition.
Oh, that's fun.
This was another ad I did. The fun thing about this is an adaptation of a commercial we did, and I hired Lorraine Newman to do the voice of the aliens.
Oh.
I figured, who does the best alien voice? Well, and of course she just did it like a sped up Conehead.
Oh, that's fun. Now, for the products and the the promos, did you come up with that, or that's something they came up
I not only came up. Well, actually, they'd say we're going to do something like this. What can we do? So I came up with all the ideas, and then I did the final art. I did a lot of the final design on most of the giveaways, including these are actually my drawings that are on there. I've got the one that they made for the ad where they actually glued them onto blocks of wood. So the one the kids got was just like origami. They just had to figure out which slots to put in. It was like it must have collapsed the minute Junior sat on it.
That one was in there twice.
Yeah, that was when. Sometimes the agencies just gave you stupid ideas. They said for 1/4 of the year, that's how they measure their campaigns. They wanted to leave the orange pebbles out of the cereal, so they said do a commercial and an ad where the color orange goes away.
Yeah.
Well, what do you put there?
Yeah.
I mean, Fred's wearing an orange, toga. It's like, so I obviously had to put him in underwear, and Wilma's bald, and somebody pointed out I didn't give her an ear here. I said, no, Al Jaffe drew that. That's why she doesn't have
There you go.
Remember that period where Jaffe refused to draw ears on characters? That drove me nuts. And he was very possibly my favorite guy in Mad. It's like, Al, please draw some ears.
What was it very hard working with the voice cast? Because you always hired the same voice actors too.
Well, we had people come and go.
Yeah.
Henry Corden was the voice of Fred even when I was at Hanna-Barbera. Because Mel Blanc I did some before I worked at the agency that Mel had done Barney's voice.
Mm-hmm.
But, by the time I was there, he wasn't alive.
Oh,
Excuse me. So we had Jeff Bergman.
Jeff Bergman, yeah.
Does a good Fred and Barney.
Oh,
and then we also had, but we never had him doing both in any one spot, because then they would have cut down the budget, and then we would have always had to do that.
Oh, I see.
But no, the Henry Corden was just a wonderful guy to work with. And Jeff was a good guy to work with too. I mean, the only guy that wasn't was Harvey Korman. We had to use Gazoo a couple of times, so I thought Harvey Korman, and he was just kind of grouchy the whole time.
Really?
Hey, I don't know. He was an old man. I'm grouchy too, but he was the only guy that I kind of had to like beg to talk to the people from the ad agency. I said, they think you're a big deal, and we're in the same room. Would you please go over and schmooze with him for 5 minutes? He's like, oh, I got to get out of here. I said, you're getting $10,000 or whatever it was for 3 lines. I want you to go over and talk to them, please. Okay. It was just like, come on. I mean, I always thought he was really funny, but at that point I said, you're not that funny.
and was that Jean Vanderpyle as Wilma for the
Jean Vanderpyle did the last Wilma. I think it was the one where her hair disappears.
Right.
Yeah, that was the last time I hired her. I think it was the last time I got John Stevenson to do Mr. Slate.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
In the one where they drop a boulder on him. Kind of like the piece I drove for you.
Yeah. I love that piece.
The one I did for you was based on that, except I added blood.
Yeah. I love that piece. If I was at my studio at my mom's house, but yeah, that's.
Oh, I bet your mom just loves that. Oh, don't worry, Mom. It's hot sauce.
She's afraid to go in my studio, so.
Most spouses are, or
yeah.
I think Stan Sakai lettered that one.
Oh, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Stan did helped me out a lot when he had time.
Oh, that's great.
Now he's really taken off. I'm so happy.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, that's the color version. They kind of took out a lot of little texture stuff I put on it. I think somebody said it looks dirty.
No.
These were for another one of these things where images were scrambled, but if you wore certain glasses or put a certain thing over, they'd become viewable. And so this was tied to a commercial where Barney was a mermaid.
Oh,
and so I have
these designs.
This is the only one that does that one I made to just look like a Chinese dragon, but these others are all real dinosaurs.
Ah.
Yeah, that's a Plesiosaurus.
Yeah.
That's a Mosasaurus. And that's an Ichthyosaurus. And that's an Archelon. I remember at the last meeting before I was let go, I was talking like that, and there were 3 or 4 young women came out with the account executives on it at that point, and they were all at least half my age. And I'm just doing the presentation, and I'm thinking like me. And I said, we show these dinosaurs, and they're in the quarry working. And we've got an Ankylosaurus here and a Hadrosaurus here. And I look up, and they're going, looking at each other. And I realized, and I really almost lost it because I had a flashback to being in 5th grade and having everybody make fun of me for liking dinosaurs.
Huh.
Believe it or not, there was actually a period where dinosaurs weren't cool. I mean, it's kind of stunning now. People think I imagined it, but no. Oh, That one. Let me see. No, that was not. The possibly the most culturally significant thing I've ever done. I worked on the Pebbles commercial where it's Barney the rapper.
Oh.
He's going, "You had to tell you in Major Way, I love something. I love Fruity
Yeah.
Pebbles." They reference that in dozens of rap songs. And you can find articles about it online. I'm not making it up. It was like, really? I think that's like from 1992. So I mean, I guess we actually influenced a fad that we were ripping off. Oh yeah, that's the set that I did that went with those.
Oh yeah.
Placemats.
Now did I know you guys were doing parodies or anything of all the characters, but did you guys get in any trouble for?
I never did, but
Yeah.
after I was gone, they still had they just got another art director who could do a bunch of live action stuff too.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's a drawing I did for John. What was I saying? I was so shocked I forgot.
That was the art director and the parodies of.
Oh yeah, they had somebody else taking it over for a few months, and they did one, and they actually did a character that looked like Hulk Hogan, and he sued him.
Oh,
and won.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, he needed money at that point too. His wife had taken up with one of his girlfriend's boyfriends or something crazy. Those were done for McDonald's. And my friend Jim Engel, another really good cartoonist.
Oh, Jim Engel.
He works for a company, or did work for a company that was doing all the McDonald's or most of the McDonald's giveaways. That was something I did for the Flintstones 30th anniversary, I believe.
That's nice. I like that.
Or 25th, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But it was my concept and my pencil art, but I didn't paint it. And of course, the studio wanted to put a big Flintstones logo on it. I said, no, make it look like the cover of Scientific American. Be kind of subtle for it. You know?
That's
and I was surprised. They actually went along with it, and they sent this out to 1 million people. But I pitched to them to do a whole series of posters like this.
That'd be fun.
Like an Ansel Adams type black and white of the forest, and I would just put a little Yogi Bear like with his picnic bag, like maybe his butt and just 1 inch, like he's getting away. And I said, baby boomers would love this stuff in their living room where they could sit, and the neighbors would come over and go, hey, wait a second. They thought I was nuts. Yeah. I pitched so many things that they just looked at me like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, fun stuff.
That's just one folder.
Wow.
Well, there you go. Well, like I said, I sent you a buttload.
William Doc Grant says aloha.
Oh, hey, there he is. Hi, Doc.
And Diane says that the last one looks like the Leco cave painting.
Oh,
I think that was the intent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But jumping back, on the different Fred and Barney's. Oh well, let's jump back. So, your son's name is Kirby.
Yes, sir.
Obviously named after Jack Kirby.
Jack, yes. And
Yeah,
Jack knew it, and Jack. I got photos of Jack with Kirby. I mean,
that's great. How was Jack Kirby as a? I guess I've never met him, so. Yeah.
Well, the fact that I named my son after him wasn't to get attention. Jack was, other than my dad, I think the most sincere guy to ever give me advice.
That's great.
And it wasn't draw like me or draw like him or you got to do it this way. He just encouraged me. He'd say, do it your way. Learn how to draw, but do it your way. And I mean, yeah, you're influenced by all kinds of things, but he was just meaning you have a style of your own. Don't do it in a house style,
That's great.
And he had a sense of humor. He liked the counterculture. Yeah. He was very much like my dad in certain ways, but very much unlike my dad in others, which I always found fascinating. They were about the same age, but Jack had been in the war in the European theater, saw lots of horrible stuff. But my dad was not, he was a relatively liberal guy, but he did not like hippies or protesters or any of that sort of stuff. Jack would have invited, if Charlie Manson had shown up to his door, he would have said, "Oh, come on in." And we would have never seen Jack again. But I mean, he and Roz both had that quality of please come in about everything. And for that reason, I tried not to force myself on it. But I was there plenty of times, and including I once brought Jack the most obscene thing I ever drew as a present because he told me he liked underground comics.
Oh.
And what I didn't understand, Jack didn't like what was in underground comics as much as he liked the fact that people owned their own work.
Oh,
$3 a page per printing, so that wasn't a bad deal in the 1970s, early 70s. And there was no house style. Everybody could draw it however they wanted.
Right.
But I thought he liked all the nasty stuff going on that I liked in it. So I did a poster that I won't even go into, but it was outrageously dirty. And on top of that, one of my friends in San Diego, who was one of the early chairman of the show and now runs a comic fest in San Diego, he printed up like 1,000 of them. Like this big. So when I show up at Jack's and give this to him, it's not the original. He realizes this has been printed. And at the bottom it says dedicated to Jack Kirby.
oh,
And it was essentially a recreation of one of his old covers with stuff added and changed.
okay.
And I said, "I did this in honor of you, Jack." And he kind of, he's looking at me like, what made you think I'd like this? But he was cool about it. That's the funny thing. I mean, I was so oblivious. I'll never forget, at one point I said, he said, "Well, I've got a family." I said, "Well, maybe you could just hang it up in a closet." I actually said that. I can't. How stretching can you get? You know, it's like, well, here's a good idea. No, it's not. Anybody else would just slap me around. But he was cool about it, and he didn't get any kind of a government edict for me to stay 100 yards away from him. I mean, I don't know how I'd react to somebody that brought me something like that. If you're really curious, I'll send it to you, but I don't think you want to see it. I really don't. But he was cool. He got me. And he got the fact that we were enthusiastic kids. And Ray Bradbury was the same way. A lot of those old timers saw a lot of themselves in us, especially those of us that want to do comics or write science fiction or get into science. I mean, we had my buddies from my high school. You know, one's Greg Bear, the science fiction writer. One was John Pound, the guy that did all the most of the Garbage Pail Kids. One's Roger Friedman, who's a physicist, and me. And we're just some of the kids that worked at Comic-Con. And I think when we'd hang out with those guys, they'd see how goofy and excited and passionate we were, and, oh, we're going to do this for a living someday. And I think they remembered being like that too. I don't think it was that we were particularly charming or they thought we were special. I think it was like, yeah, this takes me back. And that's great. I mean, God, that was you'd do anything to help your heroes, but that's something that you can't just give them. We were just doing it and they were watching it and digging it. In fact, Jack, years later, we were having dinner or something. He said, he says, "Well," he goes, Roz and I were kind of worried about you, but now you're singing with the choir." I said, "Jack, you're Jewish and I'm an atheist. What does that even mean?" He goes, "You know what I mean." I said, "Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just weird to hear it coming from you." But he was funny too. He was very much a poker face. But you could find photos of him laughing. When he laughed, he showed all of his teeth.
Oh.
He
Yeah, it's like all the public photos you see of me, I was just kind
He
of
was
gruff.
not incapable of being goofy when he wanted to.
Yeah. Were there any of his characters that you really admired? I mean, or any of the characters?
The Thing will always be my favorite superhero.
Oh, the Thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I think I always liked monsters, and I always saw myself kind of like the Thing. You know,
Yeah.
I think when you're an outsider, you know, the X-Men was the thing of a certain day for the same thing, but
Sure.
you know, a decade earlier, I think the Thing was a standout
Oh,
because
there you go.
and the thing I like, no pun intended,
Yeah.
the further on in the original 100 issues, he got more like a cartoon character walking, and he was almost like Howard the Duck, because the way they would ink him, he didn't look even real. You know, he looked like a coloring book character or something, especially when my favorite inker, Chick Stone, was doing it. So I thought that was actually cool. And I like the fact that he went from being really angry to kind of being a wise guy to cover it up. Yeah. And again, I kind of get that. So, I mean, and of course it was Jack kind of made him kind of like himself. He once also told me, he said, you know, they did that issue of What If. I actually inked some of the backgrounds helping out Dave Stevens. But it was called What If the Fantastic Four were the Marvel bullpen or something like that.
Oh, fun.
And it came out, and Jack told me, he goes, because you realize that the only person on this planet that would call himself Mr. Fantastic is Stan Lee. Although, you know, I knew Stan, and Stan was very nice to me. And very, you know, it wasn't just one of those, you know, paid autograph type things where you stand there and Stan goes, next. But, you know, we worked at Marvel, and even before that, I made friends with him at some of the Comic Cons. And he'd always remember my name, which surprised me because he always told everybody what a bad memory he had. But as somebody I worked with, this was back when I was, you know, really big. He said, you kind of stick in people's minds. You come in here wearing a Hawaiian shirt that's size 6XL. I think that kind of makes you stand out from the crowd. So it worked for me for a while, you know. I can't complain about that. But you know, it was so nice that people, you know, acknowledged us.
Yeah. No, the reason I brought up the Thing because I remember there was a crossover with Fred and Barney and the Thing.
I actually did they just took the two shows and ran them in a hour block and called it Friend. But the only segments were the main titles and these little kind of vaudeville things in the middle. Right. And even at the time, I'm thinking, it's 1982. Why the hell do they think kids like vaudeville? But, you know, Bill Hanna was a barbershop quartet fan. And I thought maybe that's why they had the canes or something. But it actually was fun because I said, well, what size is the Thing to Fred and Barney? They said, up to you. So, you know, I mean, Jack once told me, he said, the Thing is, he's a super strong gorilla with dinosaur hide.
Huh.
Which, at least from the design point, makes perfect sense, right? And, you know, so I'm thinking, wow. So I kind of thought, okay, Fred and Barney are probably like the Three Stooges. If they were humans, they'd be about 5'6", you know. And then I thought, well, then, you know, if a gorilla stood up, he'd be, you know, about maybe 6'2", 6'3", but they never stand up. But you know, the Thing does. So that's how I figured it out. So I did a little chart. Okay, they had to approve that at Marvel. And then I went and I did all the. I came up. No, somebody had some gags, and I redid them when I did the layouts, so they were funny.
Okay.
Sort of. By that time, all the work was either being just done as fast as possible here or being sent to the Orient. So, you know, it's like, it was unfortunate, but I never got to work on an actual show that I was proud of other than the Muppet Babies.
Oh, Muppet Babies are incredible.
Yeah. We had
That was a
but you
great
know
show.
what? That show was kind of like the perfect storm in a good way, because having Jim Henson's name on it, I mean, not only was, were all those other producers happy to give us a handshake deal on footage from Star Wars or Ghostbusters or all the other stuff, but he wanted the show to be good. And so we had the opportunity to make it good. And when normally, the networks are going, well, we don't like this. We need to see something more like this. If he okayed it, they didn't say a thing.
That's great.
And that's why it's so good, because there
Yeah.
was no meddling, and our producer taught me something very valuable, not intentionally, but I just saw it by his behavior. A good idea, it doesn't matter where it comes from. So he would tell people, he actually made a deal. He said, look, if you do we're paying $25 a piece for story springboards. If they pick yours as one of them, you got a couple $100. Some of the assistants became script writers on that show.
Oh,
I wound up writing an episode. I mean,
Wow.
it was fun because it wasn't like a Saturday morning, grinding kind of, we got to have this. I mean, we still were hitting the deadlines, but within ourselves, it was the only time I ever felt like the guys must have back at Termite Terrace,
that's great. Yeah.
And there were again some really great people on that, especially Jerry Eisenberg, who worked at Hanna-Barbera, and his dad, Harvey Eisenberg, drew most of those early Hanna-Barbera comics, as well as Disney and Warner. I mean, he did everything for Dell. But Jerry is really a good cartoonist, so we mainly did those song sequences after a certain point. So
Oh,
we
that's
could
great.
go in and play the songs over and over and chat and talk and be looking at comics and completely get off subject, and then suddenly have an idea. It's like when you're thinking about something like that, you freeze up.
Yeah.
But if you're another goofy cartoonist, it's pretty easy to do. So those were the moments I was happiest.
Yeah. And I think, did Alan bring up Todd Kurosawa worked on that as well?
That was the first show that Todd worked on, and he was cleaning up my rough pencils.
Oh,
And now he's doing great.
yeah.
We're all proud of Todd. I get to see him once a year when we go out to the City of Hope. They have a pediatric picnic, and I put together a team of about 40 cartoonists, and they provide all the food and the supplies and stuff, and we just draw like maniacs from like 10 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon of whatever the kids want.
That's great.
These are
Wonderful.
kids are all either former patients or patients who are like,
Sure.
having home care and stuff. So it's not only something that everybody wants to do, but we all go home feeling good, because it's like we never really get to see the kids that we consider our audience, and they don't care who we are. All they know is, can you draw that ninja character? Okay, you look on your phone. Okay, I've never heard of this guy, but here you go. And it's just a kind of a cleansing kind of thing, and I felt so bad we couldn't do it this year.
Jackson Chun is asking if you've ever worked with Alex Toth.
No, I never worked with Alex Toth. I did. I used to he was had an office at Hanna-Barbera when I started there, but poor Alex was what do they call it when you have sudden mood swings? Anyway, he had sudden mood swings.
Oh,
And I didn't know it, but it was within the business. Unfortunately, it was just something people expected. So I go into his office and sit down. We'd have a real nice conversation, and I'd be asking him questions. He'd be answering them. One day I walked down the hall and we passed each other. Hi, Alex. And he looked at me and went, Scott Shaw.
oh, wow.
I think I might have turned into a communist overnight or something.
Bipolar. There we go.
But yeah, bipolar. But you know what? I mean, I had friends that had named their child after him, and they'd have a falling out. So it wasn't anything he could control. And people felt bad because, boy, they couldn't have done those superhero cartoons without him.
Oh, yeah.
The only problem with Alex as a designer is he's such a good designer at leaving stuff out and still making it work that it was a hard time realizing where the joints were and stuff. We wound up oftentimes doing the equivalent of making. Floyd Norman taught me this. It's called the paper doll. You just find it the size you want, and then you trace the head off here, and you trace the torso, move it here, move the arm here, maybe do a little bit of adjustment for perspective, and then you're not just trying to draw it. And I thought, aren't we cheating? He goes, no, you're hitting the deadline. They don't care. If you're I said, well, it looks a lot better than if I just tried to draw it myself. When I was at Marvel, at one point we ran out of scripts on Muppet Babies, and we didn't have a pickup for the next season, even though everybody knew we would. So they put me on another show just during the hiatus. And unfortunately, the show, they had all those Hasbro shows. So I could have Glowworms or My Little Pony. I actually produced some My Little Pony commercials for them. No, they put me on Gem. So I've been working on Muppet Babies, who are literally 2 heads tall.
Yeah.
And then I go to Gem, who's like fashion models. They're 12 heads tall. I spent all week trying to fit one drawing of Gem into a storyboard pen. I never could.
Yeah.
Either her feet or her head, that kind of structure just is completely alien to me. Because even if I'd taken, anatomy classes, you can't draw a 12-head tall person very easily unless you're in the fashion business and trained for that. Yeah. It was just such a weird. And I remember Will Mineo came and said, I said, I can't do this. He says, Scott, you just need to think like an 11-year-old girl. I said, if I could think like an 11-year-old girl, I should be arrested. Don't tell me that. That's even worse.
Earlier, somebody wanted to see your take on Spider-Man or Spider-Ham in your style, and just letting.
I did Man Spider.
Yeah.
That only came once, but I got paid for the reprints a couple times. Marvel still owes me a check. I don't know what's going on.
There you go. But just letting everyone know who's watching that Scott is available for commissions right now. So
yes,
there it is.
Here. It's not empty. Let me hold out my MODOK Tiki. please fill MODOK.
There you go.
He didn't have a tin cup.
That's awesome.
That's wonderful. All this Tiki stuff really works with Jack Kirby.
Oh, really?
I once asked Jack if because remember that character Tamazuma that was like a big, kind of like a living totem pole that was in Fantastic Four, and he had some other characters kind of like that.
Okay.
And then I started noticing that he did these squiggles and circles and stuff, and I realized it reminded me of Hopi Indian culture art. Yeah. And I was going to give him a book on it, and I said, "You must be really into it." He goes, "No, never looked at it."
Visionary.
The only Jewish Hopi in existence. Well, what do you think, guys?
Let's.
Or you want to take a break for good?
No, we're good.
We're good as long as you're up there. Yeah.
Let me go to one of the characters you had a hand in creating, because we looked at properties you worked on. But let's go to Captain Carrot. How about that?
Hey,
DC won't. I will. I hear they killed him again. For the
did they?
Yeah, they came out with one of those dark death metal. It's the latest event.
Yeah.
And there's a alternate cover with that Art Adams drew, which is ironic since his first published thing was in Captain Carrot in the letter pages. But it's Captain Carrot screaming at the sky, and all their bodies are laying around him. And I just hate seeing my characters raped, thrown on the roadside.
I gotcha. Now, you came up with all the characters for Captain Carrot, or was this
Roy and I did together?
Okay.
Although Roy had actually came up with the idea of Captain Carrot with the cartoonist Sam Granger back, I think, in the 60s.
Oh.
Who wound up mainly inking for Marvel, but he did a series for Charlton called The Sentinels. It was like a backup series in a horrible comic called The Fightin' Five, and it kind of looked like a combination of Steranko and Joe Staton, and I kept looking at it thinking, maybe I could draw this way, because it was funny. I mean, the story wasn't funny, but everything was exaggerated. The strong guy had a chin like Dick Tracy and stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You know, that's the thing. And side note, that's the thing that disappoints me about comics so much now. They either look like real illustrations or they look like emoji. There's nobody drawing like Ross Andrew or Ramona Fraden or Jack Kirby or any of the guys that made them look exaggerated, so they were still cartoons. You know, I mean, my favorite Batman is still the 1940s Batman. And I think those characters look more unique that way, rather than, the movies don't impress me because anybody can wear a nice costume and get a lot of special effects around them, but it's still just a human. But in superhero comics especially, you can exaggerate stuff to the point of ridiculousness. I mean, look at the 1990s when everybody had a head as big as a grape. God, I'm scanning a bunch of comics for my Oddball Comics thing, so I'm going through a lot of my collection. And we could have just done without the 90s. So much of that stuff is just garbage. It's like they're like bad fanzines. With a lot of production values.
Right.
It's like though. And I'm not singling anybody out. It just seemed in general it was kind of like, let's flood the market. Nobody cares what it looks like. And then I think it all started with stuff like that Stan Lee Fumetti comic and things like that. It's like, God, you feel so secure. Why aren't you trying? Why aren't you trying anymore? It's kind of like they felt like, oh, they're all hypnotized now.
Well, I think in '90s too, it was the whole collectability. I mean, they tried to do all different kind of gimmicks, foil covers and alternate covers. They are doing it again, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Captain Carrot.
Yes.
Roy and I made friends when we met at Comic-Con, but when he was talking about Conan and Star Wars, I believe. So everybody wanted to talk to him. But I had him to myself in that comic shop, and we chatted, and that led to doing that Man Spider story in What If #8.
Yeah, it was fun.
And we became friends, and this was after we decided to do Captain Carrot, but this is hilarious. This was after it started coming out. His wife, Dan, and I, and Roy, went to a demolition derby.
Oh.
And the cars are crashing into each other, and it's like we're sitting down and clods of dirt are flying up at us. And I thought, well, we're not going to do this again, but this is pretty interesting. And Roy, of course, is chattering. He's always on in terms of thinking about the next issue. So he's like buzzing in my ear about. And all of a sudden, this head comes down from behind us, between us. He goes, "Oh, are you Scott Sean Roy Thomas? Are you talking about Captain Carrot?" And it was some fan.
Oh.
Geez, I'm glad I didn't say anything incriminating. But it was like it was the weirdest feeling to realize that people could recognize us at a place like that. Of course, comic books, demolition derbies,
Sure.
wrestling. At least the porn stars aren't coming to comic conventions.
There you go.
That was our low, because somebody said there are a lot of lonely men in this world. Yeah, that was horrible. I tend not to even accept invitations to conventions if I see wrestlers on there.
Oh.
Though I was around a lot of those guys a couple of years ago when I had a friend that was getting me placed at shows. I've never been around such racists in my life. It's unbelievable. Guys would come up, have them sign stuff. People of color. Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. They go, they're talking to each other about him after he leaves.
Wow.
But I was too scared to say anything because they could have squeezed my head. Talk about those grape-sized heads. I could have wound up with one.
Now these are the pages you did for the Who's Who. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had fun doing those.
Yeah. You did a couple other characters, not just Captain Carrot. I think you did Mr. Mind. I believe you
Mr.
did.
Mind, that was fun.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think who else. I don't think there was anybody else.
I know you did all the crew of the Captain
Yeah,
Carrot. Yeah.
Well, at least they asked me for that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting how comics sometimes just bring characters back to renew the copyright.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. Well, I'll just say it. I think Warner Brothers is a company in general that would rather not have a good project even happen if they couldn't make 100% of the profit.
Oh.
Roy and I own 10%. Actually, I own 10% of Captain Carrot. Roy owns 5%, and Jerry Conway owns 5%, as if he needed Hollywood.
Yeah.
But I think they made some sort of deal because they'd worked swapped gigs on something. But anyway, DC even went to the trouble of making a new Animal Justice League on. They had like a block show, so they had a bunch of little things going on there. And it was like Super Manatee, for example. It's like, really? That's a one joke gimmick.
Yeah.
And then DC did a version of Captain Carrot called Captain K-Rot.
Oh.
And they described him as a hard drinking, whoring space rabbit.
Well done. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, where is the judgment up there? I would rather, if they want that much attention, DC, set yourselves on fire. Please. People will notice.
Yeah. Now this page that you worked on,
it'll be a big event too, I guarantee.
It would be a big event. This page that you worked on, now you did obviously the the Captain Carrot part, but who worked on like the Superman?
Oh, it was Ross Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Ross Andrew. I think only other cartoonists really like Ross Andrews' work because we see what he really put into it. And this was a guy that really gave everything. I mean, sometimes he'd redraw a whole page.
Wow.
Just because he had a better idea.
Yeah.
And on this one, we worked on the pages like this. I do everything except the figures, and I do a rough kind of outline of what I wanted the figure to be doing.
Okay, that was my next question. Yeah.
And then on the pages that it was predominantly Superman stuff, he'd do the same thing for me.
Oh, okay.
To work with the guy that did Metal Men and War the Time Forgot, which were two of my very favorite comics when I was a boy, that was a big deal. And I felt really bad because he wanted to do a comic that we would try to sell. And I didn't realize it, but it was a revamp of something that he had done in the 50s, because he and Mike Esposito had a comic called Get Lost that was one of those, imitations of Mad. And then I think around 1970, they had their own publishing company that went out of business very quickly back in the 50s. And then they started another one around 1970, and they did a humor magazine that I never even bought, but came perforated like you could put it into your binder. Like, that was a pretty smart idea. Like, hey, here's how to get away with it at school. And it was called Up Your Nose.
Huh.
And of course, people thought it was about cocaine and nobody would distribute it. But it had a character in it, as did that old comic called Garlic Man. A superhero called Garlic Man. And he wanted me to do a new thing with Garlic Man because I was doing Captain Carrot. And it was like 1980. And I thought, that just doesn't sound like anybody's going to care about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like real 1950s kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, let's call him Melvin. That's funny. I don't know how many characters are named Melvin in those old comics. That's the hottest color I've ever seen. I don't think that's the way Tom Luth colored. I think somebody must have boosted it up with Photoshop or something.
Alan says he loves your work on Now It Can Be Told series, asking when he can see more.
I have a pitch going out with an agent to do a whole book of them. So I
Oh.
hope I can tell you when to see more of them. To those of you who aren't familiar with them, there are these 9 grid pages, and I fell in love with the 9 grid after looking at Steve Ditko stuff so much. That was
Wow.
the biggest thing I took away from there is, boy, you can get a lot of stuff going on a 9-panel page if you just know how to keep it under control. And so I actually, the book that I'm hoping might happen. I'm not going to talk about it much, but I will say it was a 5-page story that I had 16 panels per page. And it
Wow.
was like a huge page. And I was looking at it and I realized, I could blow up every one of these panels to a page. So
Yeah.
that's what I may be doing. But the Now It Can Be Told, they really have all happened to me. Oh, that's one about Big Daddy Roth, who I'm not going to, well, here, I can do it. Hold on a second. You want to see how much I love Big Daddy Roth?
Oh,
Here's my foot.
wow.
That gets some
Oh,
attention. Yeah, I'm like the illustrated man now. But Big Daddy was really nice to me when I was a kid, and I was so lucky to meet guys that didn't just say "Go away, kid."
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I think it's kind of like we're kind of like the minority that nobody would ever point out to, because it's not like we're mistreated or even acknowledged, but we all kind of get each other in a way that nobody else does.
Yeah.
And we understand why a 69-year-old man would be talking about how much he loved the Metal Men. At least I hope all of you watching this does. Otherwise, please turn this off. But, it really is. It's like we're all in the same club. Some are good members. Most are good members. There are only a few jerks in our business, I think. I haven't met many.
Yeah.
And I've met a lot of people.
Yeah.
But most people are very kind.
Yeah.
And then there's Bob Kane.
You've done so much work. It's incredible, the amount that you've produced, over the years. It's just
Well,
amazing.
I was a lucky guy. I actually, when I started Hanna-Barbera, I had a guy that I worked with named Jack Manning.
Hmm.
Jack had been worked at Disney. He did sports cartooning, which, you have to have kind of a real nice kinetic sense to the drawing for that stuff. He did caricatures for the covers of like the TV section of the newspapers. He did tons of comics for Gold Key. And he even had a deal where if he took a Princess Cruise Line ship and drew caricatures for 3 trips, he'd get a free trip for him and his wife.
Oh, wow.
So he was always juggling gigs, and that really impressed me, because it wasn't that he was making a lot of money, which he was. He just liked the variety of it, as I do. It hasn't kicked in yet, but I'll soon be working on a video game again, that Garbage Pail Kids game that I worked on last year. So I like to have a comic, an article for Retro Fan magazine that I'm working on. It's just strictly writing and researching. I mean, it's easier to keep track of the different projects if they're very different from each other.
I see.
If I was doing 3 storyboards, I couldn't do it. Because there you're thinking, well, is this in that script? No, it's not. You're losing your marbles.
Different mindset, yeah.
But I think I'm still pretty prolific.
Yeah.
I certainly, we're in a horrible situation, no two ways about it, but I refuse to go out and mingle or hang out with anybody. I certainly wear a mask all the time, but cartoonists are kind of happy if we're working at home.
Yeah.
If we can. As long as we have enough work or save some. It can be disastrous for all of us. But at least the sanctuary concept is not getting to most of my people, and I don't think I hope you guys are the same. Because especially for me, I mean, I've been laid low with all these health problems the last couple of years, and I'm feeling great now, but I'm kind of used to not going out all the time. I think I've only done 2 things since the Comic Fest in March. I got my hair cut, and not enough of it, but I got it cut. And I went to a comic shop.
There you go.
Bought a bunch of 1960 Superman comics.
There you go.
Doesn't take much to make me happy.
There
That's
you
a page I did for a comic called World's Funnest, and that was written by a guy that is a friend of mine whose work I love is Evan Dorkin.
Oh, Milk and Cheese. Yeah.
Yeah, I like his Dork comic.
Yeah.
He and I share something, and even Bill Morrison noticed it, who we both worked for at Bongo. He said, you guys want to put the most stuff on a page without making it complicated. But it's like, yeah. I said, we want to make it so there's funny stuff everywhere. He goes, yeah. But he says, your writing style is similar too. Okay, good. I guess that's why I like his stuff. I don't know.
Alan would like to know, for those people that don't already know, where did the exclamation point in your name come from? And is it truly part of your legal name?
I've never made it legal, but I think that it's appeared like on TV and in print so much, I would think it's kind of considered legal now. I certainly signed my name with it. It started around 1962, and we had a lot of movies coming out like Hatari, with an exclamation point, just one word, an exclamation point. Dinosaurus, which was a favorite movie of mine. But the real thing that pushed it over was the Big Daddy Roth stuff was big, and so was his main rival, a guy who signed his name Mouse. And he had his own model kits and his own shirts. His name is Stanley Miller. He wound up working for the Grateful Dead. He did that famous one of the guy putting the ice cream cone on his forehead and stuff like that. And he signed his name with an exclamation point, Mouse, with an exclamation. And I thought, that's cool. And I was like in junior high, so of course I thought it was cool. But I also thought, man, it's like Dinosaurus and those monster movies I like, and Atari, and comic books. All at that time, only Classics Illustrated had sentences that ended with a period. It was either an exclamation point or a question mark, and you know why that was? Come on, guys. You know why they didn't use periods?
Why? Because
the paper was so bad and it had so many chunks of wooden flecks in there that they didn't want the kids to get confused. They didn't want the kids. They wanted to knew where the sentence ended.
I see. Interesting.
Because there were all these things in there anyway. I mean, it was the cheapest possible paper.
Wow, interesting. Huh.
But of course, everybody just assumed it was because I had a huge, healthy ego. But I mean, I guess I do. I don't know. But to be a cartoonist, you kind of have to have an ego to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You ask people to pay you for what you enjoy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but the big businessman type, they look at that and they go, "Yeah, there's a bunch of lines on paper." If it's a toy or make a little, clay model of it. Oh, that's an interesting concept. We can make this into so and so and so and so. They suddenly can monetize something, but if it's just an image, they're like, "What do I do with that?"
Oh,
at least in my experience, it's very frustrating. It's like I'd be at meetings where we'd have the network or clients come in. And I have the storyboard, like copies for everybody, storyboards in a pile here, scripts in a pile here. They'd only take the scripts. They were scared to even look at the storyboard.
Wow. But you've worked 3D too. You've designed those McFarlane toys, the Hanna-Barbera toys.
Yeah, I even did a couple of CG Flintstone ads. You remember the one where it's a virtual reality and they go in and everything made out of and the whole time every time I talk to the client, I got them so mystified. I'd say, "And here's the Galactus Barney," because it's like he's like huge, you know,
Yeah.
he's like big as a mountain. But it was like, you know, I try to and my buddy Jim Ingalls the same way. We both grew up liking straight comic books, but we never attempted to do the straight comics, but we like using a lot of the gimmicks we learned from them. You know, like when you do cartoon characters, but you suddenly are an upshot of them and they're 50 feet tall and you distort them that way. That's not how traditional funny animals are, but it's cool to do, right?
Now,
Cut me off whenever you want, guys. I'm not kidding.
No,
You know,
no,
I, we'll be here
Now
till
that-
3 in the morning.
now the other thing I was amazed with was that that Hanna-Barbera they had that ride, and I know you worked on part of that as well.
Yeah, I storyboarded part of that.
Yeah.
It was very strange because, first of all, the theme of it was kidnapping.
Right. It was
It had Dick Dastardly
Dick Dastardly.
kidnapping Elroy,
right.
which, you know, I guess they just wanted to put all their most popular characters in the same thing. But you go from Bedrock to a haunted house, I think,
Yeah, with Scooby Doo.
That's it.
Yeah.
right? Are those the 3 environments they used?
Yeah, those are the 3 that you went through.
Yeah, I did the Bedrock part.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wonder why. Although I've worked on the other characters too.
Yeah.
Well-
Yeah, I never got to see it except finally they put it on YouTube. It's like, yeah, the animation is beautiful. I think even Don Bluth's outfit helped with some of it.
Yeah.
As usual, the deadline came up and they were late, so they had to suddenly get everybody they could. But they had to be of a certain quality since it wasn't TV quality stuff.
Right.
It was also interesting to be boarding something where you're essentially heading straight ahead, so everything's going past you all the time.
Scott, let me. You mind taking another turn here, and we'll talk about some of the conventions. Like you were like a founding member of San Diego Comic Con and Comic Fest.
Sure. Who knows? Maybe we'll be guests at conventions again someday.
So I put all the comic convention promo stuff in one folder. Let's see
All right, let's take a look.
which one you want to look at.
You know what? Do you have the one that's with the big Superman? That's the very first Comic-Con poster. It's like a bunch of other characters hanging out, but it's like mainly Superman.
Huh.
Well, I don't want to waste your time and everything if you don't find it, but that was the first poster I did for Comic-Con.
Oh.
I was the head of publicity.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, and that's interesting. That was I received one too. They gave out this thing called the Friend of Fandom, and I'm not quite sure exactly what that meant, other than we weren't swindling anybody. But you're not putting out those counterfeit copies of Ninja Turtles #1. That was a case I couldn't believe it. I wasn't even a professional yet. We wanted to have a superhero, like a generic superhero, with a boy and girl, and I did the rough drawing that Jack drew over.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, believe me, my drawing wasn't, but Jack and Dave Stevens inked that.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was before Dave was a professional too. I got to tell you guys too, mentioning people I liked, Dave was a great guy.
Oh.
Dave was just fastidious about himself. He liked everything just so.
Yeah.
He was a very dedicated guy.
That's cool. That's cool.
Oh yeah, here's one. You know, I think we all used to draw stuff for the program book, but then it got to the point where it's almost all fans, and I think a lot of the pros thought, God, we're going to look desperate if we're putting something in the souvenir book.
I've submitted a few, to the souvenir book here and there.
So how did you get involved with the convention in the first place?
Well, I got involved before there was one. What happened in this, this is all being documented in various ways, and so we're all talking about it lately.
Oh, there you
But
go.
essentially, my knowledge of it came when I was working at a bookstore in Fashion Valley, San Diego, and I met somebody that came in, and it was '68, and that was when they had a lot of those reprints, cheap, big reprint books of old classic comic strips, like Dick Tracy and Flash Gordon. You remember those? Buck Rogers, actually, a big, huge Buck Rogers one. Anyway, he was looking at him, so I walked up and started talking to him, and it turned out there was this comic club. Well, I had my buddies from high school. We're now all in college, and we had our own kind of club in Pacific Beach, San Diego, that was run by Ken Kruger, one of the Comic Con's founders, and the other group, Cross Town, was operated by Shel Dorf, one of the Comic Con founders. And in the other group was a kid named Richard Alf, who had a very successful mail order business selling comics. He even had ads in the Marvels. And he was the third founder because he gave us the money. He could front us the money. Ken Kruger had been to the very first science fiction convention in America in 1939. So he had the experience. He'd been a publisher. He was a bookstore owner. He knew how to stay ahead of the cops because he sold a lot of pornography through the back room, as a lot of booksellers had to do in those days to keep solvent. And he was just a smart guy. So he was kind of the adult in the room. Shel was definitely not an adult and not a very nice person, but he did have lots of addresses of pro cartoonists.
Huh.
So we had the three elements we needed: the contacts, the know-how, and the money. And that's why Shel only called himself the founder for decades, and I kept saying, no, these other guys were founders too. And finally, everybody started acknowledging him. Unfortunately, I think it was 2 years before they died. But still, they did get acknowledged. So anyway, I met that crowd and very soon got my crowd of buddies to come. We started getting together. And it was interesting because that group was mostly collectors and dealers. And our group was mostly guys that wanted to get into comics or science fiction or some, lofty science goal, whatever. But, kind of stuff that's nerd stuff, right? So I think the chemistry was really good. And Shel had worked on a show in Detroit called the Detroit Triple Fanfare. And Greg Bear and myself and a guy named Dave Clark, that was one of the original committee, we had all gone to the World Science Fiction Convention in 1968 in Berkeley, California. And we got a long, hard look at the counterculture and fandom culture at the same time. And it kind of, we didn't take any drugs, but it still blew our minds. We couldn't believe what we were saying. Yeah. We saw, all these famous authors and cartoonists. I met Vaughn Baudet. It was just, and it's like my head was reeling the whole time. The weirdest thing was seeing guys my dad's age, standing there with sci-fi comics, smoking some pipe that looks like a Martian and wearing some weird jumpsuit like they think they're a spaceman. And it was like, okay, well, my dad would hate this, but I kind of like it. I better take home some photos. But I was like, I had just graduated high school. So it was kind of our big high school. I think that's why our parents let us do it. We took a bus trip up. And, but 1968 near Haight-Ashbury, that was quite an adventure in and of itself. But this convention was very much part fandom and part counterculture. And we kind of took that knowledge and information. And that's why those early Comic Cons had people like Timothy Leary as a guest. Because the counterculture, especially in Southern California, was like a big deal. And it with underground comics and stuff, there were way too many connections and similarities to ignore it. So anyway, we got the first show going in the crummiest hotel in downtown San Diego. It was a one-day show. It was in March of 1970. And we had a real problem getting it until Ken got involved, because they didn't want to give it to us at all, even though it was a crummy place and we were in the basement, because they didn't think we would have, it was all kids, so we wouldn't have a big bar tab. And of course, none of us were drinkers anyway. Those of us that wanted to get inebriated certainly weren't drinking. And so it was, Ken was the one guy that had the savvy and the experience to go in and sign the contract. And he signed the contract. He was smart. He signed the contract for 2 dates, because this was kind of our tryout one. And he figured, if this is a flop, then we can just stiff him on and paying any more. And I don't know, I think he put $100 down. He said, well, that's better than nothing. So, but it went great. We had like 300 people.
Oh.
And a few women even.
No, that's the El Cortez.
No, that was at the U.S. Grand Hotel in the basement.
US Grant. Okay.
Yeah, the first year was at the U.S. Grant, the tryout and the real one. The second year was at UC San Diego during the off. It was the campus was deserted pretty much. The third season was El Cortez. The fourth was Shelter Island. That's the one where Neil Adams and Carmine came out. Carmine came out dressed as a gangster trying to impress us. And which is funny, because that's about the time the Mafia bought DC Comics.
Oh.
And then we went back, and it was the El Cortez for a long, long time after that. And San Diego finally seems to understand that we bring in a lot of money to to San Diego.
Oh yeah, one of the bigger things, bigger events,
Now, you're involved with the new one too. That's kind of going back to the old school, where it's more focused on the creators and stuff with the comic.
Yeah, I will never say anything bad about Comic-Con. They treat me great, but it's kind of like,
it's very Hollywood now.
Where it's more like the movie where the baby gets some isotope and now you have to deal with a giant baby. It's like you can't really control the giant baby, and you can't control those crowds at Comic-Con, no matter how many little hall monitors they put around that place. But it's incredibly well done. All you need to do is go to a couple of crummy Comic-Cons and find out, and you just appreciate Comic-Con all the more. And so many of the people there are my friends, and they treat me great. However, if I was just there as a, not as a guest, I couldn't make it around there. It's kind of an ordeal if you're older, but I wouldn't miss it for the world. On the other hand, we also have San Diego Comic Fest, and that's held in the off season. It's usually in the spring, and it's usually in a smaller hotel, and they have a whole track of stuff about science. We have scientists on their team, and they even had a couple of years ago, a whole team of scientists came up from Mexico. That's the other thing that's cool, is even though it's not trying to be international, they've had a number of pros and scientists and stuff coming up from south of the border, and we had Sergio as a guest, so a whole lot of fans came up to see him. Yeah. So it's a whole different vibe. It's more like the early Comic-Cons. There's more hanging out by the pool. There's less. Oh, one thing that makes it better than any show I've ever been to, other than Heroes Con in North Carolina, is the only other big show I've ever been to where there is no marketing presence whatsoever. You guys are old enough to remember when people were just trying to sell you the comics, not the shows, the video games, the TV.
Right.
And that's what this is. It's long boxes of comics. Some things have science fiction books, a couple with some cool toys. I bought these at the one in March.
Oh, Peabody and Sherman.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually good.
Yeah.
They don't look like that movie. which looked like they'd somehow repurposed footage from Jimmy Neutron, didn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a good little show, and it's if any of you are watching and have never been to a comic convention, and I'm not getting paid to say this, but that would probably be, if you're in Southern California, the best possible show to go to, because you can get away from it, you can step outside if it's too much, but they even have a cap on the attendance. I don't think they have any more than ever 3,000 people at the most.
Yeah.
And yet they have a list of professionals that rivals the big one. So it's kind of the show where I can go. I know I'm not going to make much money there, but I don't care. It's relaxing. I get to see a lot of my friends.
Yeah, and you've been going to, it's what, a third or fourth year now, right? It's not too old.
No, it started in 2012.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And I've been to every Comic Con but one when I shattered my ankle. But and Mark Evanier, who's probably watching this, he always tells, I've been to every one. But quite honestly, this is where we really act like we're obsessive weirdos. I think I've probably been to more days than Mark, but it doesn't matter. I think they should put crowns on both of us, don't you? Oh,
I think our friend Mog Park went last year, I think, for Comic Fest.
Oh, what, did you get a good report?
I think she enjoyed it, yeah. She's a Game of Thrones artist, the dragons and...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, just hearing that a woman went to a comic convention on her own, I'm still getting used to that. And it's been, probably 20, maybe even 30 years, women finally started showing up at conventions on their own. And now I think at big shows, it might be half and half now. And I think that's a wonderful bit of progress. I would have given anything to talk to a girl when I was young that liked this sort of stuff. They never admitted it back then, I guess. I don't know. Oh yeah, that was one of the things I did. I think I did anniversary years. I do 20 things I like about Comic Con, or 25, 800. All those on post.
We'll get there.
The one holding the big book kind of looks like Dave.
Yeah.
Jack Kirby predicted Comic Con would be exactly what it is.
Really?
Yeah, I was with him, and a bunch of us were with him, and he said, it's not just going to be about, because we went to his house not long before the first Comic Con because he was a guest. He and Ray Bradbury were guests at the first Comic Con. I mean, how can you go wrong from there?
Yeah.
But Jack said that he said this isn't going to just be about comics. He said it's going to be about everything that people like in the movies, on TV. I mean, he didn't know about video games yet, but I mean, he essentially described it to us, and it sounded real good. It didn't turn out the way it did, where it's just kind of like but it is good that it's so inclusive. And the other thing I like too about going to most Comic Cons, it's the one place that if you're if you're 24 years old and you're, big, you can show up there as Captain Marvel or Wonder Woman and nobody will give you a hard time. You can be whatever you want at Comic Cons. And I think that's the most valuable thing. That's one reason I like cosplay so much. It's not because of the peanut butter. It really is. But I just, it's fascinating to see what different people like or what they want to be.
Yeah.
And never forget, Comic Fest a couple of years ago, the first person I saw waiting for him to open was this cute black girl dressed as Wonder Woman, but she was definitely the size I used to be. And it was like, good for you. It was like, we are just, as a society, we've become so mean to each other, but comic conventions, at least so far, seem to be one of those sanctuaries. Am I getting too emotional?
No.
We would like to hope that, but I don't know. We've seen some stuff in the comic industry lately that's kind of made you wonder, but...
Well, there are the unfortunate things with guys getting grabby, especially in crowded conventions.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I think this is the program from the first one. Am I reading that right?
Yes, it's 1970.
yeah, move it to the bottom. Let me see. Well, it's only for one day, so that's the schedule. Yes, it's the first one. Oh, there's a pathetic drawing of mine. See, I knew how to draw a fan. I put glasses on him. Why he has no nose, I don't know. Maybe I was trying to be like Al Jaffe.
It's stylish.
Look, $5 cable fee, John. Can you handle that?
Yeah. I don't know. This was what, 1970. So yeah.
And I'll tell you, downtown San Diego, we used to go down and scrounge around when I was in junior high and high school, and hit the used bookstores and go to the crummy theaters that would have like 3 monster movies for 50 cents or something. I mean, this is back in the mid 60s. But by 1970, that whole area was just coke dealers and hookers.
Oh, wow.
But
Yeah,
but
I was wondering. I went to boot camp there, and I remember in '85, and the red light district was right down there.
and tons of bars and card rooms and just porn magazine shops. And it was, the funny thing is, I've talked to people from New York City who were fans growing up in that same period. They go, oh, it sounds just like New York. And guys from LA, oh, it's just like LA. We learned how to surf the crummy aspects of that and ignore it and stay out of trouble. It was kind of like, I'll never forget. I had a guy at a bookstore. It wasn't in downtown. It was a nicer part of San Diego. But I'd go there because there were a lot of bookstores in the area and a newsstand and stuff. And so I always go to this guy's store because I'd buy pulps and Frazetta cover paperback, Tarzan books and stuff.
Sure.
And I was about 15, and he looked at me and goes, can I ask you a question? I said, sure. He goes, don't you want any books with pictures of naked women in them? And he wasn't being creepy. He just couldn't figure me out. It was like, this kid seems kind of normal, but all these trash.
He
And I
really,
looked at him, and I absolutely seriously said, I could get that anywhere. It's like, why would I want that? That's ordinary. I got to find, Frazetta with a, what was her name? Law of Opar showing her rear end. Frazetta like that, I know.
yeah.
I kind of like this self-portrait here.
It's very accurate. Except there I have 2 feet, so that doesn't work. But otherwise, yeah.
And the
it's
meathead look, is that the meathead look? That's an Archie Bunker reference?
Well, probably not. But I really did kind of look like Rob Reiner. And my hairline actually stuck there, so I'm like, yes. He may have been wearing a wig at the time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd like to be Carl Reiner's son.
That's fun. What? Did we go through all the folders or?
Oh no, we have.
Oh,
Oh, that one I did, I think, for a 4th or 5th one. No, we're not seeing them anymore. Okay. I'm not. Oh, there. Yeah, if you want to just show some, I'll give you a real quick description of what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, I think, from the 75 one. That's from Gory Story. No, that's from the first 3D Comic Con.
oh,
Nobody quite done a good job at figuring out how to come up with stuff on every page when you collate it. So they had some extra pages. So they said, "Can you fill these up?" So John Pound and I drew a bunch of stuff.
that's funny.
Oh, that was for the first the relaunch of Captain Carrot I did in 2007.
Amazing.
And Bill Morrison. They came to Paul Dini and they said, "Who do you know that's funny that can write this?" And I'm thinking, oh, somebody will mention me. And I said, well, call Bill Morrison. Call Bill Morrison. He said, okay, you want to go? Sure, I'm editing Bongo, but I have time. Who do you want to work with? He goes, well, can't I work with Scott Shaw? And they said, yeah, I guess if that's who you want to work with. It's like Roy was completely cut out of the deal, and I would have been if Bill hadn't mentioned me, but this was supposed to be a 6-issue miniseries, and they determined what the beginning and end was because it had to somehow fit in one of those giant event things. Countdown.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, Countdown. They were going to have Alley Cat Dabra somehow team up with Zatanna.
Oh,
And they never did. They never got around to it. It was so badly organized. But then they decided, oh, you need to keep the same plot, but now you only have 3 issues.
oh,
So, and they wanted it like, at the regular snap. And I said, wait a second, this is an entire world where you have to design every character. It's not Carl Barks' thing, which I should have done looking back. But this is more like, I actually considered if I had been willing to work with DC again, which I'm not, when Zootopia came out and was such a big hit, I thought, I thought of calling DC and saying, look, you got your own Zootopia. It doesn't have to be Captain Carrot. We got all these. We can just have Captain Carrot fly through the background once in a while. Yeah. We could do mysteries. We could do an anthology series. I didn't want to give them the idea because I knew they'd rip me off.
wow.
I mean, I'm not a cranky old man here, so I'm not going to go into it. But I have a very good career. I'm very grateful for it. Yeah. But I've been ripped off now by Marvel, DC, and Archie. So I think that it's time for me just to kind of.
I was always impressed with your crowd scenes. They're so clean, even though there's so much going on in there.
Well, I think it's because I know Sergio. I mean, nobody makes a crowd scene, so it actually leads you to where the gag is, like he did. And Tom Luth has retired, but Tom was the best possible colorist for that stuff too, because he didn't like make it challenging. He figured out how to make one color like kind of your road to getting there.
Yeah.
But when I showed that drawing to Sergio, the 2-page spread you just showed, he looked at it and he looked at it. He had it like in front of him, and he just goes, "Shit." That was it. And I thought, well, I guess I did a good job if I got kind of stunned. I mean, I don't think he thought that I was competing with him or anything, but there was a lot of stuff on those pages. The sad thing is, I think I was getting, that was the other thing. They promised me I get the regular DC rate, then they turned around and gave me the children's comic rate, was like about $75 less. And yet this double-page spread took me a week to draw.
There's a lot on there. I mean,
and there's millions of gags in there.
I was gonna say the puns and the jokes.
I made a whole list of some of the stuff. I mean, look at the see there's like a big beet walking around there.
Yeah,
they're not furries; they're veggies. We didn't have time to work them into the story, but we wanted to we really figured out what fandom would be like in the animal world.
That's funny. The corn.
Yeah, Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
I mean, we got away with some stuff too.
It's great.
But unfortunately, they kind of sabotaged it unintentionally. The first issue, they said it's going to be preventative. Everything else with Countdown, people are all going to see it. The first issue, they had, then they decided it was going to be a kiddie comic. They put a 16-page insert of goldfish cracker stuff that looked like it was written for a 3-year-old. So if anybody went to the I did that. That was one reason we did this image, was to say, boy, when people open that up and see that, they're going to know this is not your typical kiddie comic.
Right.
Instead, they open it up and see some little goldfish floating around. That kind of killed it right there.
Yeah. That's too bad.
Well, I don't think they were out to get me. I just don't think they give a damn.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a moment of silence for our friend Scott.
Oh.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. Look, if anybody's watching this and doesn't know it, the Mafia started the comic book business in the first place. So when you're ripped off, don't be surprised.
There you go. Yeah. I see what's on there is the MondoCon. Is that where you first met Hunter Thompson? Or
No, I never met him.
Oh.
I don't think I would have liked to meet him. I think he would have been a jerk.
Oh.
But from all reports, but that's a convention that never happened. I actually there's going to be something about this in Comic Creator Magazine. They're doing a 2-part interview with me, and I pointed out the Hunter Thompson thing. I've never seen this in any other area of fandom. It's like San Diego had Gonzo fandom. This is a flyer we handed out at the 77 convention for a convention that wasn't going to happen. I mean, we went to the trouble of drawing it and printing it up and everything. It doesn't exist. It never did.
That's
funny.
funny.
We were doing weird pranks like that all the time.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And we were the first people to get up in costume on stage there too.
Oh, yeah,
look at the last line on the right.
Yes,
Hey.
there you go.
It's great.
Yeah, we did a thing at I think the second Comic-Con, or maybe no, not the second, probably the fourth or the third was. That's when all the Trekkies were coming to conventions, and we were a little annoyed because it was just a little bit too much about one thing. I think we all like Star Trek. It was a show that. To those of us who were old enough, we got all the analogies, political and social and racial, all that. So we kind of thought it was a really, as everybody says now, a kind of historical show. But the fans, we'd never seen that, like whole cadres of people dressed coming. It was a little creepy. We were much happier, though, with the Logan's Run fans.
Oh.
Because there'd be like 16-year-old girls running around in those little togas, and it was like, we like that. Of course, we were 18, so it wasn't creepy.
Right.
But we did a thing on stage. We went. We figured, well, Star Trek can have fandom. Why wouldn't Gilligan's Island have fandom? And we went to Gillies, and we all dressed up as the different characters, and we had a map that we handed out of Gilligan's Island
Funny.
and a lyric sheet. And I mean, we just kind of did performance art the whole time, And then we got in print, and then we had new comics to hand out every year. But we had fun.
Yeah.
We were obsessive about the comics themselves, but we thought, geez, this is a great arena just to be a weirdo.
Yeah.
In the best way possible. I mean, I don't know. I got into a big discussion with Mark Evanier the other day because he said he was never bullied for liking comics, never bullied for liking weird stuff. I said, I got bullied all the time, and Mark and I are about the same age. But he grew up in Hollywood. I said, maybe they'd have a lot higher resistance to weirdos than Hollywood. But I remember kids calling me a weirdo, and older kids especially, a weirdo all the time. So it's kind of like, the reclaiming of the word queer. I like using the term weirdo now. Mm-hmm. And Gonzo was a weirdo. He was my favorite Muppet character, and his name was Gonzo. I mean, how aligned is that? So, it's not bad.
I guess in this day and age, it's so acceptable now, to like comics and be comics with the culture and everything.
But it's lasted for so long. I keep waiting for the wave to break. Yeah.
But I don't think it will. I mean, because of the movies and everything, I think people still accept a lot,
I'm a little too imaginative about these things.
Okay.
They'll find, a comic collector who, between his long boxes in the basement, have like dead nurse corpses or something.
Okay.
And then suddenly it'll all go to hell.
Right. Of course.
Because, I mean, it's like, this is longer than any fad. I thought it was going to be a fad. Mm-hmm. And now it's like young people are really hip to this stuff. And I don't know if it's the Marvel movies or what, but it just like is now it's like, if any of us were young kids, we'd probably be considered, the coolest guy in the room. I wouldn't know what that would feel like, quite honestly. I might not like it. But it's just so different than my experiences. I mean, I got beaten up even for liking dinosaurs.
Wow.
And it still seems bizarre that there was ever a period in history when kids didn't like dinosaurs. I mean, we all like Godzilla movies, but he wasn't a real dinosaur. If they could pronounce his name, maybe that was it. Gojira, they had a problem with.
Exactly.
So anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, as I say, we're almost at 2.5 hours.
Well, I think you better tell me to shut up.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. That's why I'm
No,
not.
this is great too.
But for the handful of you that are still sticking out with us, now's the time. Throw in whatever questions or comments you want for Scott to address. I'll bring up the folders if there's. So you can tell me what if anything you want to go over still. So we have some stuff.
Yes. If anybody is interested in getting a commission, I've got a page on Facebook called Exclamation Pointed, and just contact me.
Oh, there you go.
And I'll send you my list for rates, and I do all sorts of stuff. I can
cool.
Examples. Anyway, thanks. I just thought we're pausing for this important commercial.
Yeah.
Part of this nutritious breakfast. All right. So we didn't have any questions, huh?
Well, there's about a 20-second delay, so give it a little time for people to stuff in. In the meantime, I'm trying to pull up your exclamation point inside so I can copy the link in.
I know for Rhino you did a lot of like fun covers. Like you did a Hunter Thompson and Godzilla crossover one time.
Yeah, that was the year that Rhino produced Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Movie. So they wanted me to cover that, but I thought that might be a little too inside for the average person unless I included something that was more familiar.
Mm.
So I figured Godzilla was coming out around that same time. Even though it was horrible, everybody, all the buses had stuff on their sides. And it was, if they just hadn't called it Godzilla, it wouldn't have been that bad a movie. If it was strictly about trying to save the life of a prehistoric animal rather than killing it, I would have probably liked that movie. But Godzilla does not run away from things. Godzilla does not burrow around. Godzilla comes at you like that tornado in Wizard of Oz. Yeah. It's like you just know you're screwed. And in fact, I forget which Godzilla movie it was. Was it Godzilla 2000 maybe that had Orgo, this big kind of CG monster?
Yeah. I think that was one.
Ripped off the movie Twisters, except instead of looking for tornadoes, they were tracking Godzilla. And I thought, that's a brilliant idea. I like kaiju movies a lot. I like anything with a giant something in it.
There you go.
Is this the right page, Scott?
Yes. Yes. That's it.
So if you're interested, it's exclamation point on Facebook. I'm going to copy the link into the chat now. It won't show up in the Comic Jam Facebook group because I can't paste to a group, but it'll show up everywhere else.
Okay.
But I guess the good thing about that
find me online, it's pretty easy to find it.
I guess the good thing about that Godzilla movie was when Japan saw it, they said like, no, we got to show them how to do it right, and they kept on making more Godzilla movies. So maybe that's a good thing,
What was that one? It was something Wars, and it actually had somebody wearing a suit that resembled the American Godzilla, and he gets killed almost immediately.
I think that was like the Final Wars. I think was that the one?
Final Wars. That's what it was.
Yeah, and then they had the iguana, as we call it, but they had to include it.
The sad thing is, the cartoon show based on that movie was actually quite good.
It was good.
The writing was good. Bill Stout even wrote an episode or two.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
But I mean, again, it worked better as a cartoon show because at least then you knew what you were going to see.
I guess so.
And Sony made good shows at that point. I worked on a thing for him called Channel Umpty 3.
Oh,
yeah. The only human alive that liked Extreme Ghostbusters.
I enjoyed Extreme Ghostbusters, but Channel Umpty 3 had Rob Paulson on that as the ostrich. Yeah.
You'd have to go pretty hard to blow up with Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
The concept is so good that even as disappointing as the second one is, there's still plenty of things in it I love. Yeah. It's just that ending is so horrible. I don't understand why they said they thought a remake meant remake the same movie exactly. It's like, like Austin Powers.
Yeah. Oh, good.
I do have
There's
a couple
no-
comments here in the chat.
Good though.
Murphy says comics are as American as apple pie. It's a cultural staple. Any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry. What is America's apple pie?
Comic books are as American as apple pie.
Oh, not really.
Yeah.
Comic books are treated much more seriously just about every place in the world than America.
Because whenever I hear that, I think of like the pulp industries in like Italy and South America and the Philippines.
Yeah, yeah, and of course all through Europe. I mean, those albums are huge sellers, and they've got huge comic shops in some of the major cities. I mean, I wish I could say that about American comics. But we've never, our idea about making stuff adult is to put, sex organs in the story.
Right.
And that's not what their stuff is about, for the most part. It's about things that don't have anything to do with juvenile themes.
Well, the interesting thing about that for us here in America, that's salacious. But like if you look at French comic books,
Oh, yeah.
that's just comics.
Well, it's like watching French movies too. I remember when I was in college, and all my roommates, and I was finally 18, I think, or now I wasn't. I was just old enough to fake it. And they all went to go downtown to the nudie movie, and I thought, well, okay, it's all my roommates. Come on, you got to go. And it was just some regular French movie where at one point the woman was changing her clothes and took her top off, and that was it. And the guys were all mad, and I said, no, that's what movies are like overseas. They're like, I got gypped. No, French, I'm sure you would have enjoyed the film,
Diane says John Murakami took 2 hours. You go on as long as you want.
Yeah, who's next in the barrel there?
That's right.
Where's Dan Ford when we need him?
Yeah.
Alan says, growing up, I never knew that you did the BK Kids. How involved were you with that?
Well, I essentially was the guy, Mark Evanier and I put him together for a guy that ran the same company that produced Saved by the Bell.
Oh.
But fortunately, we didn't get any of that on us. But we did 4 of them simultaneously. And I did the layouts on all of them. And Mark wrote them all.
Uh-huh.
And I oversaw. I also did the art direction on all of them. So that one's the preliminary print one. That's why it has that weird cover. It's not really. It's just kind of a mock-up.
Right.
But that was actually used as number 1, but just with a slightly different cover. But we didn't have a company working around us. We just did it. And the only company we hired was In Color, which I believe was Jim Lee's brother. What is his name? I can't remember now. I'm sorry, but he ran the coloring company. And he told us, he said that and a couple other jobs I sent him really saved their butt. So I was glad about that. They did.
Good. It's good.
The problem is, colorists back then, they would have to eat it when everybody else screwed up their deadlines, and they'd still have the same deadline and have to do it.
Yeah, you have to hurry and finish it.
Yeah.
Alan Noel asks, how was it working with Martin Short and all of the SCTV gang and Jonathan Winters?
It was a very interesting experience because on one hand, I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown.
Oh.
Only due to the fact that we had to produce. It was the first time I ever produced a show. I had another producer kind of hired to be my hand holder, but he pretty much stayed away from it. Trying to teach me. I mean, he wasn't taking credit for it. And it was a very late buy. I think we picked it up in May. We didn't have anything other than a commitment from NBC because it was a reaction to the popularity of Pee Wee Herman. So this Ed is NBC's Pee Wee Herman, and meanwhile CBS had added Ernest. What's his name? His name wasn't Ernest. Yeah, Ernest something.
Ernest P. Worrell?
Yes. Yeah, they had he had a Saturday morning show. And I think there was one on ABC too that kind of tried to get that same nerd vibe. But we had to have this thing ready in September. And it was a nightmare trying to get it done. I wasn't joking. At one point I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown, but it all worked out. And about halfway through the season, Martin Short had to make a movie, and nobody was prepared for it. And Bill Hanna was furious, and NBC was furious. But that was just the way it was. It was like, he's a celebrity. You got to. I once told him, I said, people still know you and watch your stuff. It's not like when Phyllis Diller came and hung out with Scooby Doo because she wasn't getting any jobs anywhere else. And he kind of looked at me, because I did try to also prepare him for the fact that this was a place that just no foot of film was any more important than any other foot of film. And I found out after the whole show was made that the executive producer, this guy that got the credit but barely even touched production, promised it would look as good as the finest Warner Brothers cartoons.
Oh.
And we had to animate it in 4 weeks.
Wow.
When it came back, I was just so happy. All the right characters were in the right places, and the right heads were saying the right dialogue. You can't imagine what you get back sometimes. Because nobody quite gets it, and they're pushing it through as fast as possible. And plus, it's not their culture. So a lot of the stuff is just, unless you're very clear about it, they're going to reinterpret it in whatever country. We animated that first Ed Grimley in 2 different studios in the Philippines. Now, how do you do that? They had to break it up, I guess, but it's like, that's not a good way to produce anything that has any kind of consistency, right? But it was that kind of an emergency. And so he was not happy with that first one, and I was very upset because I was doing everything I could think of to make it good. But when we finally had that break, I finally had time to come up with an idea. So when this was like after we'd done the first 6 segments, or I should say half hours, I go over to his house, and I just have him act out all the scenes in the script. And his brother Mike was the script editor, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I'd have him act out all the cartoony scenes or all the scenes where he's emoting and being Ed, And I'd videotape him. And then we'd go back and we'd give those videotapes to the guys writing the exposure sheets. So they would have the exact timing. We weren't tracing the drawings. But the guy that designed Ed Grimley for me was a fellow named Kent Melton, who's a sculptor. You ever see those ones of the original Beatles cartoon versions of the sculpt, little tiny figurines? Yeah, he did those. That's how I met him. That was one of the first things I'd ever seen of his. So he did a bunch of stuff to help sell things, but he also was we all struggled. He came up with the design for Ed, so it was like, hooray! And that worked out quite well.
Yeah.
But the we then had him draw them in different poses, all the Ed poses, including kind of some slight in between things.
Yeah.
But not like full animation, just like that way on the exposure sheets, they could time it and then say he goes from A to C, back to A, then to L, and then he walks over here, and they just time him for the walking, and then he does another shtick over in the other thing. So they would at least get the basic poses and the timing. And he got so happy, he recommended me to John Candy. Because this was, he honestly, he was not expected to know the process of making cheap Saturday morning cartoons. But the poor guy had been set up by my a-hole executive producer saying, oh no, it'll be wonderful, knowing he'll be on vacation when Martin sees it, And I think we finally kind of came up with something that was good. The problem is, after you produce a show, you can't stand to look at any of them. Because you've seen them 400 times a piece. Oh, there's John. Now, John, it didn't have a whole cast of people. It was mainly him and a bunch of kids up in Victoria. But he was just a doll to work with. He was just great. He had his own recording studio. And I mean, we became friends. I mean, we didn't go hanging out. He didn't have that kind of time. But I mean, he'd have us over for dinner. Sometimes he'd make pasta. Hey, let's make pasta. You know, he was that kind of guy. I mean, the guy you saw in the movies,
Yeah.
was about half as wonderful as the real guy.
Oh wow.
And I am not a guy that's impressed by celebrities. You know, it's like, yeah, that's great. I love your work, but it's not like, oh, you know. And he was a guy that you would have loved if he was your trash man or your mailman. It wouldn't have mattered. I still grieve him because it really blows my mind that they aren't still showing his movies, you know, because I guess there's just so much new stuff coming out. They gotta be the latest hip thing. But the only thing that people really know him for now is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah.
But a lot of those cheap movies he made are terrible movies, but they're still funny just because of him.
Yeah. Didn't you do a marathon of them, Michael? John Candy movies?
Yeah. When the pandemic first hit and I was kind of just, you know, not feeling it, I just went to John Candy movies as like kind of comfort food, you know.
Which ones are your favorites?
Which ones are my favorites? Well, I mean, Uncle Buck is obviously up there. Cool Running.
Cool Runnings is the character he plays in there is the most like John was off camera.
Yeah.
Oh.
A little sadder.
Yeah.
But John was not a guy that tried to be funny all the time.
Hmm.
I like that movie. What other ones?
Wagons East.
That was the one he died making.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I can't like that
I mean,
one.
I watched Splash, even though that was more of a sporting role in that one.
Yeah.
You know, though, that when he hits that, he's not playing paddleball. He's just playing handball, right?
Handball.
Yeah. When that comes back and hits in the head, he said he got it on the first take. Nobody could.
Oh, that's awesome. That's such a great scene.
Who's
You
heard
ever
from?
seen Nothing But Trouble?
Nothing But Trouble, Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. Yeah.
Nothing But Trouble is like an underground comic. It's really distasteful, and yet it's very clever in certain ways. And I was on the set the day that, again, I'm not hip enough, audience. Please forgive me. The rapper that everybody talks about that died too soon, that was murdered.
Tupac?
Yes, he was there. He was performing. I was sitting there watching it.
Wow.
Of course, he's probably thinking, who the hell is this old white guy? He doesn't look like he knows who I am. Well, I didn't. But he wasn't well known yet. They played a band of hip hop guys that like were touring and got off the road, I think.
Yeah.
So they were cool characters even. It was kind of interesting. They weren't being presented as a bunch of jerks. They were actually much nicer than Dan Aykroyd's character. John came back one day. He was making that. We were still doing Camp Candy, and I said, John, it was originally called Vulcanvania. And I said, this movie is sounding weird because he had to dress up in that baby suit one time, and he was in drag and all this stuff. And he goes, well, referring to Dan Aykroyd, he goes, well, Danny wrote it, and Danny smokes too much pot. That's why this doesn't make any sense.
Fun stuff. I know those two worked together. Was it the Great Outdoors? Is that the one?
Yeah, they worked on that. That actually, when I saw that movie, I almost walked away from doing Camp Candy.
Oh.
I was really thinking, is this really? I like John, but is this really what I want? And of course, that was a good movie compared to our show. It was so weird though, seeing Dan Aykroyd play kind of a character that, based on when I see him when he's not on camera, he's kind of become the guy he used to make fun of. You know?
Oh.
You know, he's got his own brand of vodka and a Skull bottle and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't be so pretentious. He used to ride a motorcycle.
Okay, let me see. I'm catching up here. Yeah, Alan sent in a comment on the Oddball comics. How did you start your Oddball comic series? Is it the Festivus for the rest of us?
Well, it's festering more than Festivus. I collected all kinds of comics when I was a kid, and then I like monster comics and stuff, so I bought Gorgo and Conga. Those, I don't think those are real popular books. They were Charlton's. Nobody bought Charlton's. And the older I got, the more I was exposed to more comics. I mean, working at Comic-Con, and then I ran a comic book store, and I just love all the weird stuff, and that's what I've got a ridiculously large collection, but the only stuff I really want to keep is the best and the worst. Although I don't consider these the worst, but they're definitely books that you've never seen before, I'm sure.
And for those of you that can't get to conventions, you've been doing panels on these for a few years now.
Yeah, it's just me. It's not a panel. I just get up there and do it ad lib. But sometimes they get the best comments from people in the audience, and I'll steal those and use them later.
You can find a lot of the sessions online now.
Yeah. I did one that's up on YouTube. It's actually there in 2 different places, I think. I like doing too the ones that have a kind of a hidden message where artists obviously were trying to see if their editor was noticing and they didn't. And then there's some where the editor at DC actually was trying to get people to put like hidden dirty stuff on the cover. I'm not into the dirty stuff, but some of it you're going, I bought this off the rack, and yet here's a giant penis and testicles on the cover. There's that issue of Adventure Comics where Supergirl is throwing that giant military cannon at the camera.
Oh yeah.
And I met Bob Oxner, the man that drew that cover, because I was so excited to meet him at Comic-Con. He'd never been to a show before or since, and he drew Sergeant Bilko and Bob Hope and Jerry Lewis, which are all books I really liked and like still. And he's an incredibly good cartoonist. So I had this in my hand, and I thought, this is such a weird cover. I'm going to ask him to sign it because I just bought an extra copy. And he sees me from about 15 feet away. And the poor guy was like in his early 80s. And he starts looking nervous and shaking. He goes, that was Joe Orlando's idea. Well, Joe Orlando was the cover editor then. And this was around the time there was a book called, I think it was called Subliminal Seduction or something like that. Yeah. And it was all about how advertising and different book covers and ads on TV had subliminal messages in them. A secret. Yeah, there it is. And that's not subliminal, folks. That's not subliminal in any way, shape, or form. And yet tons of kids bought that right off the rack and didn't think a thing about it. In fact, a lot of the comics in my show are comics that I had in my collection. I bought this when I was in college. It didn't occur to me. I just buy every issue of every comic like every dedicated fanboy. But years later, you're looking at them after you've drawn comics for 20 years, going, this doesn't happen by accident. No drawing happens by accident.
Well, I've got this site up, Scott. You want to plug this real quick?
Yes, I'm on ShawCartoons.com. Please come see me. That's where I have a lot of artwork, a lot of goodies, and you can get some sense of more stuff from my career, which I'm hoping will end the day after I drop dead. Well, John, wouldn't you agree that cartoonists love their jobs too much to retire? We usually can't afford to retire, but it really wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all enjoy what we do. I mean, and it's one of those rare times that you can actually get paid for what you like to do.
Michael, I know you're an artist. Do you draw full time, or do you have other gigs?
I'm a visual information specialist for the government.
So what sort of stuff do you do that way? Do you design?
It's a Navy graphic shop.
I'm sorry?
It's a Navy graphic shop, so
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I met a guy at Comic-Con years ago who was in the Navy, and he was also had a job similar to yours, but he actually could occasionally get to draw cartoons. And we were swapping stories, and he told me something fascinating. he said, because he was stationed in San Diego, and he says, you work for Warner Brothers, don't you? I said, yeah, sometimes. He goes, did you know that they have decals of the Tasmanian Devil with like Ghostbusters with the bar through him? And they have those at bars in San Diego. They put those in the windows if they have too many Marines showing up. I said, why? Because there are Marines that think they're the Tasmanian Devil, and they'll get drunk and just try to destroy everything in the place. And they said, so when you go to San Diego now, look for those things.
I'll keep an eye out for that. It's funny.
Yeah, I got it from a guy that would have known. So I don't think it was he made up anything.
Alan's got Alan says he's always loved the San Diego Comic-Con quick draw panel, at least the ones he's seen online. How did that get started? Whose idea? Has always been you, Sergio, and Mark. How has it changed over the years? What was the biggest challenge?
Mark and Sergio and I have been doing it, except for the periods where one of us couldn't attend. And I don't quite remember how it came up, except that cartoonists like playing games like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have done it too, folding something over and I'll draw the feet and you draw the head and you don't look at it. I mean, we just decided to do it not to show off, but to kind of exhibit how cartoonists think. We're doing the drawing, but we're doing gags. I see stuff now that I got a bunch of people really mad at me on Facebook because they thought I was just, denigrating the woman doing this, and that had nothing to do with it. But I think Marvel finally stopped doing it, but they had these videos. They were calling them quick draws, but it was just somebody sitting there drawing like Wolverine's head as fast as possible. And I said, that's not what quick draw is. Quick draw is you got to be clever. The drawing is secondary. You got to come up with something that's funny. And so I love working with those guys. I mean, geez, Mark and I have been friends. We became friends at Jack Kirby's house in 1970. That's when I first met Mark. And the way we had something to talk about was he was working for Western Publishing. And so I was saying, okay, what's the name of the artist? When he draws Goofy, he doesn't fill in the nose, he feathers it. And you go, oh, well, that's so-and-so. Oh, okay. So, it's like never signed their work. I mean, were you always curious about stuff like that too?
That's true.
The funny guys never seem to get to sign it except in Mad.
Yeah.
And so we became pals that way. And then Sergio and I became friends, I think, at the third Comic-Con. It was at the El Cortez. And, knowing him well is a real treat.
Yeah.
He's, of all the cartoonists that I've ever met, there are only two that I wish were kind of, if we could elect them as an ambassador to the world, they're the ones I'd want, would be either Sergio or, she's gone now, but Marie Severin. Marie Severin had that same charming but funny and, kind of zetsy a little bit. She kind of, I mean, she was just, you ever see those drawings she did of the Marvel bullpen back in the 60s? I mean, amazing. They're hilarious, but a little bit mean, which is great. A little bit means funny, a lot of mean.
Yeah. We try to do our own version of the quick draw as well, in some of the cons. And so Michael, me, Alan, and a few others, we try it.
A standard person as the quiz master.
Yeah, usually, and then we ask the audience for something, and we all just kind of try to draw something, based on what the audience is giving us. But yeah,
the one thing I remember, because usually you're so busy trying to come up with something, you're not even thinking about what the other people are drawing or what people are reacting to or anything. Right? Yeah. But well, that's from an old man. I didn't draw that, but it's nice. Did that make it into the batch?
That's one of Marie Severin's.
Oh, no, that's John. Is that Marie's or John's?
It's drawn by Marie.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
Man, they were really good when they worked together.
Yeah.
So I mean, I really, Barbarian Comics really lost their allure a long time ago. But that King Cole series, I still pull that out and look at those drawings.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really were a beautiful combination. When he inks somebody else's work, he seems to give it extra volume. You know, like those Herb Trimpe Hulks. I mean, Herb was pretty much of a tyro at the time, but with John Severin over it, it's like, man, this looks terrific. I got the door closed. It's getting hot in here. How's the weather over there?
Well, I have a fan blowing on me. That's what's keeping me comfortable.
Or does anybody even go out there now? I mean,
Yeah, they do. They do. They're actually trying to get the okay for the tourists to come back to Hawaii tomorrow, I believe. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, you know, you guys are hurting overall, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know, we can't wait to get back there, but we're taking our time about it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be over anytime soon. So yeah.
No, not unless we get somebody willing to be a whole new kind of dictator for health. You know,
Yeah.
if you don't wear this, you're going to be imprisoned or something. I mean, that's not going to work either. But I don't know.
Yeah.
This is where I keep hearing Tweety Bird or whoever it was saying, humans are the craziest people. That just keeps blasting in my head over and over.
Exactly.
I'm being very careful not to annoy anybody watching this.
I know
But this is
something,
awesome.
something we haven't touched on, John. How about Bongo Comics?
Oh yeah, with Simpsons.
Bongo was a tremendously enjoyable experience, and it was because they working with Bill Morrison was the editor, and it just went. It was always fun. I mean, those characters are great. They're fun to write. They're fun. They're more fun to write than they are to draw because it's just not a natural thing for me. But Bill found, gave me a lot of backup stories where I could work on the more obscure characters, which I enjoyed anyway. And I'm sorry they're not around anymore. I know there is a company doing the stuff from his Netflix series. Is that Netflix or Amazon? I forget. It's called Disenchanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I had never seen them, and they've never called me. So
it's too bad.
they do them as a series of graphic novels, but I've never even noticed them anywhere.
I remember way back when you did the Laugh Olympic comics.
Yeah, that was one of my first gigs.
Yeah.
And that started out inking that guy Jack Manning I was telling you about. Oh, that was my first Simpsons story there, because they did a thing they called, it was like the 80-page Giants, but it was called the 80-page Colossal. And it was a big, thick Radioactive Man comic after they'd done that first thing with the 6 at different eras of comics. And so they said, well, we want to do one with Radioactive Ape. And Bill said, I don't know anybody else who wants to draw Radioactive Ape but you. So so I wrote it and drew it, and Phil Ortiz inked it.
There you go.
And I started doing lots more stuff for Bongo after that.
Very cool.
That would have been the first of a trilogy if Bill hadn't quit and they'd gotten a new editor. Because I have a follow-up that's called The Riddle of Radioactive Rabbit, and it's a Captain Carrot parody. And then the third one was going to be a imp, because he never had an imp character like Superman and Batman and Aquaman and everybody else at DC there for a few years. You remember the name of Aquaman's imp?
I do not.
Quisp. It was like he was selling cereal.
Quisp. Really?
Yeah.
Quisp.
Spelled the same way.
Wow. I mean, I remember the cartoon character, but
Hey, that's from the one I did with Sergio.
yeah. I see. He put you in there.
Well, he was putting me in everything for a while. I asked him once, I said, is it faster to draw me? He goes, well, it would be, except you have all those damn flowers on your shirt. So it actually
That's great.
And I don't know if you've ever seen it. I don't have it here to pull up, but he did a drawing for me as a gift one time. That's all of his characters wearing Hawaiian shirts. And
I saw that.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you looked at it closely, he hit all the different classic patterns. It wasn't just, oh yeah, I'm just going to squiggle a bunch of flowers on this one. It was like looking at a summary of a book on the art of Hawaiian.
No, it was a really nice job. Yeah.
I mean, even that looks pretty damn good, all considering how tiny it was. I like the fact the zombie's annoyed that I'm wearing one just like it. Like this to each other.
Treasure has these great visual gags without even you don't even need any dialogue, just the visual of it.
But you know what? You're the same kind of guy. I like looking at your stuff because it's obvious. You can have 20 people in the drawing, and they're all interacting some way that's funny. Maybe it's not a gag, but they're like some blonde is giving a brunette a stare, giving her the eye or something. I mean, it's everything in there has a context, and that's a lot harder than people realize.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the fact that you're doing what I think. You know, I mean, we're all trying to match search. You know? And coming up short, but still.
Yeah, that's true. But we're trying.
Darnell,
I
with the glow in the dark cover.
I think this was a commission. I don't even remember doing it. You know, that's the thing when you get old. You don't even remember doing half the stuff, and then you go, "That looks better than anything I could do now." There we go. That was the only time I worked on the show.
Really?
I laid out that one scene. And then, get this, folks. Talk about getting screwed. I told Bill, I said they were doing this as a limited edition sell. So I thought I was working for Bongo. I said, "Can you get me one of those?" He goes, "No, we got to buy them." I said, I hate buying those manufactured cells. But this is the only time I really worked on it as well, because Bill and Joe and Matt signed it. This doesn't have Matt's signature on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes, it does. Anyway, mine, I bought this, and they said, "Okay, well, it's $800, but we'll give you a break. It's $600." And that was it. That was Fox. And I said, "Okay, $600." And I got it home, and I pulled the wrapper off, and I signed my name right next to those guys. Sure. And that sounds egotistical, but someday when I'm gone, Kirby will say, "Hey, look, this is by the guys that really made it."
Oh, funny.
I did a Rocky and Bullwinkle one for Universal, and it cost less. It cost more than I was paid to do it. So that didn't work out either. That whole business of manufactured cells, signed, numbered. Right. I don't think any of those are worth any more than they sold for when they were new. I think they just flooded the market with it, and it's like there are not that many people want to pay $3,000 for a picture of Space Ghost.
Right.
I didn't. They also took Alex Toth's name off the drawing.
Oh.
Yeah. Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Can't love him, can't kill him.
I'm gonna go. I got one more folder I think I want to go through.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we have more we can go through, but this is just
open the one with the dirty poster.
I think I have that one. Do I?
No, you don't. I wouldn't send that to you.
I did. I don't know if you noticed I lingered on it there, but that one 30 things I like about San Diego Comic-Con, one of the panels was about presenting that poster to Kirby.
Oh,
Jack
yeah,
Kirby.
that's right. Yeah, I'm actually doing a Now It Can Be Told. I mean, it's half done. It's been sitting there. Maybe I'll get it done soon. But it's called I Sexually Harassed Jack Kirby.
There you go. That's awesome.
This one's just kind of promotional stuff, I think, for you.
Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That guy.
But I just, because as we look through these next few images, you'll see like a variety of stuff that you worked on.
Oh, I always like your character, the urban gorilla.
Yeah, that was in a way that was Sergio's idea. He said, "Why don't you do the reverse of Tarzan?"
Oh, is that how that came up?
Yeah. And I actually pitched that to NBC as a show. And midway through my pitch, the head of NBC's children programming turned to her assistant and said, "Where are we having lunch?" So I said, I just stopped the pitch. Right. Like, I guess not.
John, can you name all these characters?
There's Rocky Rhino. He's
Yeah.
in the end.
Rocky Rhino in the
Yeah, working with Rhino, that was a lot of fun too.
and is that that's original? Was it Quackula or Duckula?
That's Duckula.
Duckula.
The one that Filmation had was Quackula.
Yeah.
It was also one in the comic book called Dracula.
Hmm.
I mean, I found out there have been about maybe a dozen vampire duck characters in the history. and I had to do that because I sued Filmation over it.
Oh.
Filmation cartoon, and somebody working there called me and he said, "Just want you to know," he said, "they're doing something based on your character. They've got the Quack comics here." And I never did more than one page story and a back cover with him. That's all he's ever appeared in stories. But they used Bob Clampett's Daffy Duck model sheet, and they took the features of mine over it. So if we'd had a trial, Bob Clampett was going to be my expert witness.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
And they backed out the day before the trial and settled with me for about what they would have paid if they licensed it in the first place.
Little bio.
Yeah. Oh, I see Garfield on there.
Yeah, I worked on about, I don't know, maybe 20 Garfield shows. I did boarding them mainly.
I love the fact that you have to keep Mickey kind of off camera.
Yeah, well, that was when I worked on a thing called Mickey's Twice Upon a Christmas. That was the first time they ever did CG animation on the classic characters. And it wasn't a bad project. It was a home video, and I think it was 5 different stories. But I went to the producer not long before I got fired. And though I didn't get fired, they just don't want to keep you on after 6 months because then they have to pay your perks, your medical and everything.
Right.
And I said, why is it that every story in here, the person hates Christmas until about 30 seconds before the end, and they suddenly just miraculously decide they like Christmas? I said, can't there be any variety at all? And he looked like he wanted to kill me. But it's like if you have an anthology, shouldn't it not all just be the same story? I did not enjoy working for Disney. There was something about it that it was almost like it was everything was upside down. The people that pinned your storyboards to these big display boards that they could then take up to the big shots. They made it quite clear that they thought they were more important than the people drawing the boards because we were just hired seasonally and they had a year-round job. It was like petty stuff like that I just couldn't handle.
Yeah.
Oh, and the mandatory Friday birthday parties. Hey, come have ice cream. I said, I'm diabetic. Well, come anyway. I said, why would I want to come if I can't have any? I said, how about an extra $5 in my check? What are you talking about? It was not good. I'm way too nervy.
Yeah. Oh, how was it working on Sonic the Hedgehog for Archie's?
Well, they it was okay working on it, but when I found out that I drew this comic for next to nothing and they used it as a 16-page advertisement they handed out at Toys R Us, they never told me that's what they were going to use it for. And at the time, I was getting a very hefty amount for every page of advertising I was doing. So now I actually own all the stories I drew in those early Sonics.
Yeah.
I actually registered them with the Library of Congress.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So next time they print one, I can, if I had a lawyer, I could sue him, but I won't sue him. I learned not to sue anybody, but maybe it could at least scare him a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anybody from Archie's watching this.
Yeah. I like that family circus. You know?
Oh
great.
well, yeah, we're old friends with the Keene family.
That's great.
Well, kind of great if it didn't make me seem creepy.
Oh, look at that. That's great.
Yeah, that's what I really look like. Oh, that's something I did. That's at the San Diego Zoo when I was in high school. I did a mural there.
Oh,
Yeah, my dad worked at the zoo, and I hadn't started working at the zoo yet. I worked as a trash man there when I was in college.
mhm.
They were, I think there was like a stroller rental or something behind there that they were like remodeling or putting an extra hut in and didn't wanted to keep the public from watching. So they put up that plywood board barrier, and then they were talking about, well, what do we put on it? My dad said to the director, well, my kid's a cartoonist. You've met him. You want him to do something? He said, sure. So I just kind of faked it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was 15 when I did that.
Oh, very cool.
Not really.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
Well, it was a good opportunity, but I just wish it was something I could be more proud of. It's like, wow, yeah, I want that boy prodigy kind of reaction. That ain't good. In fact, I'll tell you, on Facebook, I intentionally post a lot of my early amateurish stuff because I want to make it clear to kids this doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
I'm actually happy that you're really posting a lot of those, a lot of your projects. And again, I haven't, a lot of your stuff that you post, I didn't realize you even had a part of it. A lot of series and a lot of movies and things. So
Well,
it's kind of nice to see.
I'm coming back from my storage space with more boxes of stuff. So I've got dozens and dozens of boxes. I mean, you know what it's like when you're busy working, you don't have it sitting around. You just put it in a box and find some place to stick it. It's like you got to have, if you're going to take up space, you use it to put, your toy dinosaurs. That's
there you go. But and then
I like this.
Yeah,
there's a triceratops being rode by a little striped-tailed lemur.
there you go.
See, I have my priorities straight.
I think that's a cartoon series that should be promoted. But
Yes.
yeah. But Michael had up your Ramones cover.
Oh,
Dr. Seuss
that
Ramones.
project got us all a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's great.
that was fun to do. And I did one with Bobby London that I enjoyed too.
Oh,
I did one that was all Dr. Seuss stuff because I can do a pretty believable Dr. Seuss imitation. He was my first hero. But Bobby and I did one that's like a storyboard for an unmade Ramones cartoon TV series, like it was a Beatles, except it's I can't think of the song, but anyway, Bobby came up with it and kind of roughed it out, and then I did all the finishes so it looks like a Terry Tunes.
very cool.
And it's essentially a reversal of Mouse. Not that the Nazis win, but I think he has the bad guys are mice and the good guys are cats. Yeah, that's right.
Interesting.
The Ramones are cats.
Yeah. Anyhow, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look in. So the only folders I didn't go into, I don't know if you want to jump into them. I have stuff with the Jetsons and the Jetsons.
Show the Jetsons maybe, and then we don't need to overdo it here. I mean, you guys seem tired, and I don't want to stretch the situation. I got.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, here, no, this is fine. Yeah, let me go into the miscellaneous folder because that's kind of all over the place. I'll give you more stuff to talk about, right?
Oh, and I got a lot of commissions there too. Yeah,
So,
I sound like a used car salesman. Yeah, that was for the back cover of a guy I met at Comic-Con. His name's Jason, but he has this alter ego of Caveman Robot, and he wears this insane suit. And it's like, he hasn't been out for a while, but I kicked myself the first time I saw him. I said, Caveman Robot, why didn't I ever think that up? So I came up with an irritating sidekick for him called Alien Dinosaur.
There you go.
So we got it all covered with just two characters.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, it had a dinosaur, a robot, an alien. That's all it needed.
That's all it is.
Oh, here's a story from Cocaine Comics. Not that I ever advocated cocaine or even did it, but this story is based on a guy that I worked with at Hanna-Barbera that was like the Hunter Thompson of cartoonists.
Wow.
And he one time had an assignment for presentation art and got so obsessive, shall we say, about just putting that line down that he did it all on the same piece of paper.
Huh.
So in the center, well, go all the way. Michael, can you cut to the final panel? Because that'll show you what it looked like. It really did. I saw it. And he was calling me up the whole time asking for advice, like I was somehow the Dr. Oz of drugs. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, that cat is a funny animal caricature of Leonardo DiCaprio's dad, who was the editor of the comic and the distributor for all the underground comics in Southern California at the time.
Wow.
And I see him with photos of Leo. Leo gave me a record when he was a little boy. We had a birthday party. He came to my birthday and gave me a record about Coco the Blue Gorilla. I still have it.
When would this have been? Oh, 82. Yeah. So,
Excuse me.
see, now I grew up in Arizona. They didn't have underground scene there, but when I joined the Navy in '85, I remember going to the comic shops, and that's seeing when then Ninja Turtles when nobody knew who the hell they were.
Excuse me.
Well, Ninja Turtles was kind of underground in its own way. It just wasn't.
Yeah.
But, there's a because I went my first duty station was in Alameda, and I go in the comic shops there, and there's a thriving underground comics scene there. That in Berkeley,
Downtown San Diego, the worst part was we were all looking for underground comics. There were only a certain amount of head shops in San Diego, and they were sleazy too. But when we go downtown scrounging for comics, we couldn't resist going into the porn shops and going up to the guy at the counter saying, "Where are the comics?" And these guys are like looking at us like we're nuts, and that's all we were there for. So you're walking through these canyons of flesh-colored things that you aren't even looking at. So you can find this little cardboard box that you're digging through on the floor.
But the adult comics were like Cherry.
No, I mean, just any underground. They'd have Freak Brothers there. I mean, they were selling it to the sailors. So, I mean, it's so fascinating to have grown up in a Navy town because when I was a kid, we'd go to a new movie every night on one of the bases and it would be a dime per person, right? I didn't realize that was just to keep the recruits to stay on the base so they wouldn't come back drunk or with a social disease or something. And they had all those great hobby shops. And I mean, I really milked being a dependent, I can tell you. In fact, all the way into college, because it lasted till you're 18. And I'm this long-haired hippie, and I'm at the PX at the NTC, and I'm buying the John and Yoko album, and the other guys are looking at me. You can tell they're really jealous and just wanted me to leave. It's like reminding us of the life we used to have. I always felt so bad for those recruits because in those days they'd have to have that very clean haircut, no mustache, but then they'd be wearing all these hippie clothes. And it was they're probably guys from small towns around the country, so they weren't sophisticated. But I just always felt so bad. It's spend that money on yourself. You're not fooling anybody, guys. Nobody's going to mistake you for a hippie.
Okay. This is either one of your really earliest works or one of your really most current ones. Which is
one of my worst ones? No, I haven't lost it. Don't worry. One of your most current ones. This was the character I drew in high school.
Yeah.
This was Colt Man. I did this in the 11th grade, and it was a parody of all superheroes. And about halfway into the year, I found out that people didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I guess I better switch over to doing stuff about being a teenager in school. But I had the Bestest League of America, and they didn't know what I was talking about. And this character, it's not very well designed, but I was not only a big fan of the Impossibles and the Mighty Heroes, but I also liked a show called the Super Six.
Oh yeah,
they were all funny superheroes, but they didn't. They just cheated on all. They looked about as incompetently superheroes is, but they were good. this isn't. Oh, this is something I did for Rhino. This is let me see. Oh, I did this with John Pound. John Pound colored this. John and I have worked on a lot of different projects together, but now he's pretty much a fine artist writing the programs for this kind of like artificial intelligence kind of programming where they'll make their own comic books. And it's very interesting, but I'd rather see him draw comic books.
Yeah.
But I don't get a vote, so I'm not.
Somebody
Yeah, I've
needs
never
to
met Dr.
somebody
Demento.
needs to bring Dr. Demento to the kids.
Well, these are all, these are all clean stories. I mean, songs. I mean, it's fine.
No, I'm just saying that's only us old farts are gonna know who Dr. Demento is.
Well, Rhino probably was stretching it a bit because they had a new label called Kid Rhino.
Oh,
So I think, and let's face it, the older you get, the more you want to monetize everything you've done, So that was an underground comic I edited for Kitchen Sink, Dennis Kitchen's company. And that's William Stout's cover, which is, as everything he does, outstanding. And that's the only underground comic I ever edited. But I was looking through to find some images from some other comics I did the other day and found a site that's nothing but underground comics and rates each one.
oh
This
wow.
one got an 8. Mine got an 8 out of 10. So
Hey.
I'll put that on my coffin.
Alan says he loves Dr. Demento.
There you
But
go.
see, Alan's an old fart. See, I said what I'm saying. Only us old farts are gonna know who Dr. Demento is. I love Dr. Demento too. What is
I'll
Gab?
tell you the guy I really like is Sven Gulli. You ever
Yeah.
see Sven Gulli over there? Do you have Me TV? Or just on YouTube?
Just on YouTube, I think.
Yeah, he's a horror host, but he's doing the introduction to my Oddball Comics book.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's one of us again. He was into comics. DC did a comic book about him,
Yeah.
and Mad did a whole thing about him too.
And
So
then
I
you did
guess he's becoming better known.
the Caps newsletter. I see.
Yeah. That was back when we had a newsletter. Nobody has the time now.
Yeah.
Oh, I did those. Those are Fender Bender 500 was like a morning kids show that was kind of an anthology with live action and stuff, and I did those for Carl's Jr. and Hardee's, I think.
This is Diane, I think.
I think one reason I got so much of this freelance work is I don't know where it went, but I had a letter written by Bill Hanna that said if Scott Shaw does it, it's approved.
Oh wow.
And when you're doing this kind of stuff, the creatives, as they called us, would fart around and show different things, and the client wouldn't get coy and not tell you, and then you'd find out like the day before the deadline.
Ah,
So
course.
they'd call me because they knew that they didn't have to submit it to anybody.
right.
So it wasn't that my work was good; it was just Bill okayed me.
You did great work.
Oh, I got in big trouble with my high school class over that one. They asked me to design a T-shirt for my 45th, so I did this. That's our high school.
So,
He was on all fours back in high school, but the fact is, in San Diego, it was nothing like this, and I thought that was the joke. Since we were all in the same class, wouldn't you get it that none of us looked like hippies and none of us were burning our? No. The hyper conservative people said that this was insulting. So for the 50th anniversary, I just printed up a few dozen of myself, showed up at the show, or at the reunion, sat at my table with copies of one of my books and T-shirts, and did like I do at anything else at a big event. I sit behind a table and sell stuff. And the committee that hated this, suddenly they're having a look at a bunch of alumni walking around wearing this at the big reunion. So I kind of got my little back out of it.
yeah. It's funny.
Oh, that was something I did for a video game that never happened. Oh, there's another little cheese. I think he only got a half page because he was little.
Oh, this is one of the DC things, John.
Yeah, the who's who.
Oh, I did these things for a company that made material that was for airplanes and lightweight stuff, where it was kind of had a honeycomb quality to it.
Huh.
So they wanted to have a bee as their character. So I did the guy that owned the company loved cartooning. He had a complete set of New Yorkers in his office. The original.
Wow.
And he knew everything about the cartoonists. And I was so pleased he hired me because the last guy that worked for him was a really good editorial cartoonist. But I did all these little watercolors and had a good time doing them.
Oh.
John's got a B character right now.
Who
Oh,
does?
Wasabi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's for a Japanese magazine, and the magazine is called Wasabi. And so I decided, they asked me to make a character, so I made this bee called Wasabi. So, yeah. Oh, look at that. You got the Mackenzie brothers.
Yeah, I worked on the pilot of that.
Oh.
Yeah, I like working with Dave Thomas.
Yeah.
I really didn't get to. I talked on the phone once to Rick Moranis, but that was about it. But Dave was here in LA, and I really love him, but I have never been around somebody that was so foul-mouthed that had me laughing all the whole time. He used to do that guy called Bill Needle on SCTV that was like this guy that was outraged and, super conservative.
Yeah.
He wasn't super conservative, but he kind of pretended to be as angry as that guy.
I got you. Yeah.
It was very funny. Oh, yeah. That was Mickey's Twice Upon a Christmas. And as you can see, 5 minutes before the end, they all decided they loved Christmas.
Oh,
And then cooked Uncle Scrooge.
there you go. The end.
How does it taste? Rich. Oh, that was a beer label.
That's a beer label. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's banana flavored beer.
Oh.
I asked for a 6-pack of it. My son drank them all.
I guess he liked it.
I just wanted to have them to sit on the table. No, they went bye-bye.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, that's an illustration from a fanzine.
Oh,
That's the turd.
that's a turd.
That's the guy I warned you about. Lots of bathroom stuff there. By the way, everybody asks me about what's your favorite thing about going to Comic-Con? My favorite thing about going to Comic-Con, and I'm not making this up, I get there real early, get down the hall, and use the bathroom. And it's so clean. And you go, I'm here the only time it's going to be clean. I'm the only person in here. I feel like, it's the only time of the day I'm going to get to be the winner in the bathroom. Yeah. Sometimes we don't even work for money. I just trade. I like to barter sometimes, especially if it's local businessmen. We were friends with the people that ran this coffee shop. So I just said, how about $500 worth of meals? Because I knew they couldn't pay me a real professional rate.
Yeah.
And it was great because for a few months there, I'd call up all my buddies, hey, I'm treating. Let's go have lunch. It's a good place. So it was like everybody was happy. And of course, I don't know what the percentage is, but he was paying me a fraction of in terms of food costs. So we all both were real happy. And he's a nice guy. I liked him.
And it was
I wish
pricey.
I had more gimmicks like this, I need to find a barber that wants free drawings. Oh, that's a friend of mine that I worked with at Ogilvy and Mather had this idea. He wanted to sell it as a movie, so he decided to do a comic book series. And so far, nothing's happened, but I did the layouts for the, 120 pages. And it's a straight it's a funny superhero story, but the drawings and layouts have to look like a regular superhero book. So even though I can't draw in that style, I certainly can stage it.
Hmm.
Oh, that was when we worked. I did that because I worked with Tex Avery at Hanna-Barbera.
Oh, wow.
Working with Bill and Joe, Tex. I didn't work with him, but I had an offer to work with Friz Freeling.
Oh,
It's like, I'm not special, but I am special in terms of I'm one of those fans that got into the business just when all the old guys were still alive.
wow.
So I was pals with Bob Clampett.
Wow.
I met Jim Henson. I mean, it's like I don't really get off on all of it. I never got photos of any of it. I never asked for autographs because you want to seem professional, But still, they're great memories.
So he never wanted to be called Tex?
Nope, he didn't like calling me. Tex was in very bad shape then.
Oh.
His adult son had committed suicide, and none of
goodness.
us knew it but Bill and Joe. And Bill and Joe and Clampett, Freeling, even an egotist like Chuck Jones admitted that Tex was the best director ever of those shorts back in the 40s.
I loved his work,
Absolutely. But by the time we met him, he was defeated.
Oh.
He was just like at the lowest possible ebb.
Yeah.
But we didn't know it. And he don't call me Tex, boys. My name's Fred. And yet we were so excited to even have him in the building. And he was kind of like droopy. He was a little guy. He didn't talk much. But we would go down and, is he in the office? Can we look in there? So one day there was this character called Cave Mouse that was going to be for this new thing. He came up with Cave Mouse and he drew him, and he didn't look that much different from Ratfink, really, except cute, not gross.
Yeah.
And Iwo Takamoto, who was the creative head, didn't like it. So he redesigned it, and it just looked like Scooby-Doo as a mouse. And Tex hated it. And we didn't know it, but there was this big thing going on between the two. And I guess Tex must have gone to Bill and Joe and said, would you tell Iwo to keep his hands off of my show? So anyway, while all this is going on, I knew that Tex hated the drawing, and it was like the day after, I think. So I did a drawing of Tex looking at Iwo's drawing, and Tex is doing a big take, and all of his clothes are flying off. Now, I didn't know that somebody else had done a cartoon like that years ago, so mine looked entirely different, but still I had his butt to the camera. And I just took it in. He wasn't in the office, so I just kind of left it on his chair and got the hell out of there. Well, the next day I went down because I was working on another show that he came up with, Quickie Koala.
Quickie Koala, yeah.
I was writing and boarding and doing layouts on these little 60-second interval things called the Bungle Brothers.
Yeah.
And they were more like, almost looked like Jay Ward characters. They were super simple, but they were fun to draw.
They were the...
Tex isn't there. So I'm like, shit, well. And then I look up, and he had his desk. He was in there with another old-timer, Chuck Couch, and they both had their desks. They were friends, but to get work done, they were just up against the wall or opposite walls. And Tex didn't have anything up on his wall when I went in the day before. I stick my head in. My drawing is pinned at eye level right on Tex's desk on the wall. It's like if Tex looks up, that's the only thing he saw. And he never said a thing about it to me.
Oh.
But I realized, holy crap, Tex thought I was funny.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, it's a crumb, but God, if it's coming from him, who cares, Must have liked my stuff. He was using it,
Oh, something I did see that you posted that you worked on was that, was it Droopy, the Master Detective?
Yeah, I did a board on that. A lot of those shows, I just did one board, and then, they needed me, and then they didn't need me. Most of that I was doing when I was working at the ad agency because I was fast enough I could do both jobs. Oh, this is from my high school. This is the kind of stuff I was doing when I was 14, 15 maybe. I did that's a horrible logo. It looks like the horses. It's the Godfather. head is all that we see. Just add some drips down below. Yeah, as you can see, I wasn't skilled, but I definitely was influenced by things like cartoons and all that, that kind of look. And I was the guy that thought that the best idea was to wait till the night before. I'm a clever lad. I'll
That's
come
right.
up with something. But that just meant practically drawing without even penciling.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you know what?
John, did that hit a little close to home?
Oh, procrastination is my muse. Yeah, that's my creative muse.
The one thing I got to say, though, I'm on this, thing where they send us alumni stuff from all these old the newspapers. And I look at the stuff. John Pound followed me up, so his stuff was much better than mine. But most of those kids they weren't serious about cartooning. So
No.
I look at that and I go, well, at least it's better than most of the stuff I see from high school kids. Now it might be different since cartooning's so hip.
Yeah.
But I bet you anything, they all look like anime.
Oh, like anime and manga, yeah.
I interviewed for a job teaching kids after school when things were bad. And the guy said, well, do you do anime? And I said, do I look Japanese? It's like, he looked at me like I was being a racist. I said, don't you understand that's applying to the stuff that's done there?
Yeah.
Well, I want you to teach my kids about anime. Oh, that's something that was really fun. Stan called me up, Stan Sakai. And he's, Stan's got all these things going on now. So he said, they called me to do this Popeye strip.
Yeah.
And he said, I really don't have time to write a Popeye strip. I said, well, I need to make up for working on Popeye and Son. So this was the worst show I ever worked on. But I thought, I love Alice the Goon, and I figure people are going to want to see Alice the Goon, and it's not a great gag, but it's funny, and Stan had a great time drawing those goons.
Yeah. I think that's where the term goon comes from. If
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken, yeah.
and Jeep.
Jeep, yes. Hey, speaking of cartoon strips, weren't you a character in a Dick Tracy?
Yeah, a couple of different. And they keep telling me they're going to use me again. So you never know.
Yeah.
Joe Staten, by the way, he's the main artist on it.
Yeah.
His inker Shelley sometimes does the strip herself, but the Dick Tracy thing. Oh, Joe Staten. When I was developing Captain Carrot with with Roy, I found out a couple of years later that even after we had designs done and everything, and we're kind of ready to go, except for a contract, DC went to Joe and asked him to draw the strip.
Oh.
And Joe, I had inked Joe once in that Destroyer Duck book. And Joe, cartoonists, we know each other's stuff, but man, had never heard of me. And they wanted him to do it. And he said, he very kindly said, look, he said, Scott could do it. He said, he does that fine. He never felt that drawing Chip was enough to say I'm a funny animal artist, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But the funny thing is Joe and I have compared this, and Bobby London too. All three of us are guys that started out in completely different things and then wound up drawing our favorite characters.
Yeah.
Dick Tracy was Joe's biggest inspiration. Bobby was Popeye, and with me it was the Flintstones.
There you go.
Yeah. And at least Joe still has his job. Good for him. Long may he wave. Oh, this was for my second comic book story ever published. And this was... No, this isn't. This is Tarzan for Pacific Comics. I also did a Tarzan thing for my second comic. And I think they did that. Nah, it's too cool. For a while, I was doing backgrounds for Dave Stevens on Tarzan.
Oh.
I thought it might be from that.
That's dated 76. If that helps.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see I'm still really figuring things out.
Huh? I like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a George of the Jungle feel to it, you know.
Yeah, thanks. That's the only straight drawing I've ever had published, and that was Don Gluten had a book called The Dinosaur Dictionary, and it's
Oh.
the first illustration of that dinosaur ever published.
Huh.
I don't remember the name, but it wasn't a raptor, it was an herbivore. But all I had was a skeleton to do it. It's not brilliant, but at least I was the first. I'm kind of proud of it. Well, I am a dinosaur nut, so there you go.
Yeah.
Looks up at the treehouse.
I mean, it really wasn't much design because the characters existed. I just put them in a situation. But this was from McFarlane Toys when they had the Simpsons license. Here. Oh, I did the. I did stuff for the Shrek comic for a while.
Oh.
I did some gags like this, kind of Sergio style. This is Mother Hubbard ordering a pizza. They have a big plan. I forget how it is. Oh, the gingerbread man delivers it. That's why they order the pizza, and then they
okay.
chase him.
That's funny.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, working for the people that I didn't have a note from whoever the head of DreamWorks is, so I was dealing with people there that acted like I was somehow molesting their children. I mean, they were giving me notes like these were their children. That's the only point I'm making. They didn't know what they wanted, but they didn't like what I was doing, and it was like it just took forever. And then finally, I quit. I was doing they wanted a series over all 4 issues of this thing, and this was the time they had all those weight loss shows, and Shrek is kind of like the Flintstones, and they figure out medieval versions of current things. Mm-hmm. So I thought, well, let's do that, and I had like some steampunk version of the old thing that shakes you, with a belt. See how that looks, folks? Terrible. Selling diet food, but it really worked pretty well until one of the executives got a hold of it, and she said, "But you have Humpty." Yeah, I had Humpty Dumpty use it, and then you cut to him, and then he's like a pile of scrambled eggs, and he said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine next week." And I figured that was enough, right? He said, "Well, first of all, he can't be doing that because he's in the what was that thing with the cat? The dashing cat character from those shows. I don't remember his name.
Puss in Boots.
Yeah, Puss. Puss in Boots. Yeah, or Puss in Boots.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I said okay, and I rewrote, and he says, "Well, hi, I'm Humpty Dumpty's twin brother." I thought that would work, right? She calls me up. Humpty Dumpty doesn't have a twin brother.
Oh.
Like, whoa. It's like, and then I made all these other suggestions. Nope. And she wanted me to rewrite the whole thing, which was already in pencil. Yeah. And the publisher were new young guys, so they didn't stand up to anybody, of course, and I wound up looking like the jerk. But they were just a nightmare to work for because they had no understanding that in comics you don't, with funny comics you don't like, okay, he got hurt here in the next story he's got to stay hurt.
Yeah, the whole comic license thing.
Yeah. Well, I've dealt with some people that really did act like they were somehow taking care of the children, and we were just like a bad babysitter.
I'm going back to the Tarzan comic for a second because Alan brought up a question. Do you draw with a brush or do you ink with a pen and simulate brush stroke look?
That was me learning how to use a brush, and everything else is pen. I haven't, those Now It Can Be Tolds kind of showed me that I really don't need to use a brush when I'm drawing in my own style. And so I kind of lost my brush hand. And it it doesn't seem like it's worth it to take that much time practicing it if I like the way my stuff looks the other way. So on those commissions, if it's a long line that has to look smooth, I cheat with a French curve, and just move it over so you get a nice thick line. But and I like these Copic multi-liners.
Oh yeah, they're great.
I understand the virus really hurt their producing things. I don't think running anybody's phone calls, but their product sure is good. Oh, I designed that vehicle for Snorks.
Oh, very cool.
And the guy that's driving it. Yeah, for a couple seasons, I was the art director on Snorks. That's something I did with John Pound, also with San Diego. Put a little Basil Wolverton character in there. But yeah, we did that for Rhino. We did 3 different ones for Spy Magazine. Put these together. That's one of the early Sonics.
So since we have Sonic on screen, what was your take on the whole debacle with the animation, the movie?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know what happened on that. It could have just been for the publicity, for all I know. But the one thing I really liked, and Sonic was quite well done in its own way. I think you had to be a little kid to really think it was a great movie. But Jim Carrey is back. Jim Carrey is as weird as he's ever been. He wrote his own dialogue. I mean, I wish there was a setting on the Blu-ray just to go to Jim's scenes. If you've ever seen any of his, not real early because he's kind of clumsy, but where he was mainly doing stand-up, he is one of those guys that kind of channels stuff, and you go, where is he getting that from? And I mean, he thinks weirder than any cartoonist even, and that's to me that's a valued ability. So when I saw him as Robotnik, I was just like, yeah, this is exactly what I want to see. He was making all those movies like, nice movies like Liar Liar and stuff like that. That was a funny movie, but I kind of like Jim as the bad guy. I really like Cable Guy too.
Oh, Cable
Guy. Biden, that's not a bad guy though. Except when he was the Fly. Did you see it this week?
No.
Joe Biden turns into the Fly.
Oh.
And then lands on Mike Pence's head. And he goes from turning into Joe Biden into Jeff Goldblum. He starts doing a Jeff Goldblum impression. It's very clever.
Funny.
This is another one for Rhino, I take it, right?
Yeah, that's another one John did with me. The other one that we did, I really like. It's a spy one. That's one I did by myself. I even just used markers to color it, markers and colored pencils.
Oh, wow.
But, I thought that turned out pretty good.
Yeah.
Got a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah.
Oh, that was for a video game that somebody hired me to do that I don't think ever got made. It was like, he'd do different tricks. Oh, that's a drawing that I swiped from Jack Davis back in junior high school.
Oh.
When I met Jack Davis, I asked him if he'd like his cut of all the money I've made from swiping him. Because he says, "What did you do?" I said, "Well, it was all in junior high, but still, I probably owe you a couple bucks." That was for a project that Pacific Comics was going to do. I was working for a very strange animation studio called Tom Carter Productions. And they were in an area of Southern California that there weren't any cartoon studios. Everybody was curious about them. And these are characters that I created with a guy named Pat Ventura and Gary Trousdale, the director of Beauty and the Beast and a couple other things, right? Anyway, it never got published, and I came up with the thing Alex in Videoland. I think Pat came up with Moby Drip. Oh, and there's Gorilla. That's his first appearance or non-appearance. But anyway, the company was shut down by the Security Exchange Commission, and Floyd Norman said it looked like when everybody started looting the building because most people had not only lost their jobs but their homes. They were stealing stuff out of this place.
Wow.
I mean, white collar guys trying to carry away Remington statues and stuff and getting hernias doing it. And Floyd described it as being a white version of the Watts riots.
Wow.
So it was the most spectacular ending I've ever had to a job. And I'll tell you, I got more interviews after that thing collapsed than I've ever had in my life. Because everybody just went back in town. Everybody said, what was going on down there? Well, let me tell you. It led to me working on the Muppets. I think Bob Richardson wanted to hear about it. And we started talking. He said, hey, want a job? Wow, that was the one and only Urban Gorilla story. I tried redoing Urban Gorilla, but it didn't work.
No.
I had him wearing a hoodie. That wasn't a good idea.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't aware that you did a lot of work for Warner Brothers.
Well, I've done a bit. Those characters are very subtle.
Yeah.
And I think I'm pretty good with them, but I never got good enough to really felt like I knew exactly what to do. I was constantly looking at model sheets. And I think even this thing, they got him Charles Visser, who really draws this stuff. I think he went back and tweaked it a bit. And I think he should have. Oh, I did this for Pacific Comics because they had a Sergio and I were going to publish this, and then we both got divorced, so we didn't have any money. So Pacific called me one day, and they said, publishers oftentimes print books 4 at a time, comics at least. So apparently somebody either hadn't delivered or dropped out. They said, we remember you talking about doing a book with Sergio. Do you have that? And I said, well, it's 90% done. He goes, we need it by next week. If you want to see it printed, okay, great. And they did a nice job with it. But, it's kind of half-assed. It has some definite problems. I gave it to a guy that assisted me that really didn't know what he was doing. I mean, he's a good artist, but didn't know how to imitate me. But it was, again, like I said, it was used as packing material at Pacific Comics for a few years. It's like, don't let the real comics get destroyed. Use these. Oh, that's something for DC when they had that imprint that was called Paradox Press. And this was called, it's like the Book of Urban Legends, I think. It's always nice to draw in my own style. And that's really my own style.
Yeah.
Probably would have worked better in color.
I don't see anything from Rochester. Captain Rochester.
But it's probably in one of the other folders.
Oh, okay.
This is one of those fanzines we gave out at Comic-Con. And this was actually based on truth. Terry Stroud, a comic dealer, and Terry had brought a Roman candle to the El Cortez. And this, I believe, was the third one. And we were down by the pool. But it was, El Cortez is kind of built like the old Wayne Foundation building in Batman, where it's kind of like an atrium in the middle, except it's a skyscraper. So if we'd set that thing off, there was a good chance it would just go through the window of somebody's room. But we really weren't worried about that. We were, 18 or so. I mean, we're stupid, right? Young and stupid. I don't mean being 18 stupid, but we were, and adolescent. And Jack Kirby comes walking by, and this was when I think he was smoking a cigar because he told Roz he'd quit, but he went out for a walk because it was very late. And he comes by, hey, boys, what are you up to? And I'll never forget, Terry looks at me and goes, Jack, light it. It's the boom tube. The boom tube. Yeah, they would have gone boom. Anyway, Jack stops, and I'm not making this up. He really looked like he wanted to. and you almost see it on his face. I mean, he's like, and kind of like then he realized, looked up, no, this is a good idea. He said, "Nah, boys, you better." And like, once he was out of sight, we set it off, and fortunately, it went straight up in the air. But I mean, we could have caused a disaster. But Jack wasn't exactly adverse to it. That's the funny part. Like, because he ran with a gang back when being in a gang didn't mean you were trying to kill anybody. It just meant you might want to punch out your neighbors,
Yeah.
So he knew guys doing stupid stuff like this.
Yeah. Oh.
Again, I think those old pros saw a little bit of their own adolescent selves in us.
Yeah.
I like what the
That's a promotional thing for Dig Comics, which was a documentary I worked on. My friend Miguel Sema came up with it. And it's a 20-minute long documentary about the comic business and the public's attitude toward comics. And he made it around 2009, I think. Mm-hmm. And it's quite good. It won a lot of awards, but he was hoping to get the money to make it into a full-length movie.
Oh, wow.
This never happened.
Yeah. Ah.
Okay.
Wow. That's a lot.
Ready for bed, guys?
Yeah, it's only 5 o'clock here.
Well, you look like you're ready to turn in, though.
No. Let's do some housekeeping though. Let's see. Some of the stuff we usually ask, like, what advice do you have for younger artists just starting out?
My advice for younger artists is what Jack Kirby said: draw it your way. But the real thing I need to let you all know is when I got in the business, it wasn't considered a rock star type job. And I got news for you. It isn't. You have to sometimes work all night. You have to sometimes get up and start working, and you don't even, by 3 in the afternoon, you realize I haven't even put my pants on yet. That's where things work out. But unfortunately, there are just a huge amount of people trying to get those jobs. And as far as print goes, at least, they don't really know where comics are going to be in the next few years. But I would say, first of all, if you are successful, you'll be drawing graphic novels, which would be great. So don't prepare to draw other people's characters. Work on your own characters. The other thing I would say, and this is very sincere, it's okay if it's just your hobby. Mm-hmm. Because it's still yours. It's still unique. It's still something that you're the only person that can do it just the way you do it. And I know there's no money, there's no glamour, but your family will love getting birthday cards from you. You might even get a boyfriend or a girlfriend out of it someday. I mean, I don't know, but you have to be doing it because you love it, not because you're going to be making a career out of it, because we're right in a time now that we don't know what's going on with anybody. But even if things were going great right now, there are just so many people wanting those jobs. You have to be better than the other people. And that's kind of hard to do when you haven't even been trained yet. I was lucky. They trained me at Hanna-Barbera. That's how I became a better artist, was working around guys that had worked on Snow White and Pinocchio. Right. And they actually would come in sometimes and say, look, let me show you how to draw a wrist so it doesn't look broken. Little things like that, And I was lucky. I'm a very lucky man. My life has been very much on kind of the same string. I've never been sidelined. So I can't tell you based on my life, but just draw every day if you can. Don't worry about fancy supplies. Steal a ballpoint pen from the doctor's office. I don't know. But you don't need to have expensive supplies. I still like, I don't know, $3 or $4, buy just the cheapest possible printer paper and just draw on that just to get my ideas out. It will be easy for you to draw every day if you just commit yourself to it. And start out, it's okay to even copy stuff you like. That's how you teach yourself how to draw. because there's a formula to everything. And once you've drawn it 10 or 15 times, you start to realize that. So keep drawing if you like it. And if you don't like drawing, what the hell are you doing here?
Good point. Yeah. Sorry. My mind back on track here. For your professional projects, is there one or any particular project you're particularly proud of? And the flip side, is there one that was just like a real pain in the ass, if you can talk about it?
I'm proud of a lot of the stuff I did. I wish it was more significant. I'm very proud of those commercials because they came out the way I wanted them to look. But, you know, it's not like working on a movie that everybody loves. I was selling crummy cereal to kids. I think that my work on the Muppet Babies turned out pretty good, and I love that experience. And I love the fact that now when I talk to kids, and when I say kids in their 30s or 40s even, and they seem to understand that we were trying not to make it into the usual Saturday morning show.
Right.
That alone is the best thing I've ever heard, because we were all trying. We didn't want it to be Popeye and Son. You know, we wanted it to be something that would be of value to kids, and yet we didn't want it to have one of those horrible G.I. Joe, it's good to know things at the end. I mean, kids will turn off the TV when that stuff comes on, or go get a sandwich. You know, they're not blowing up anything there. Why would I want to watch that? But, you know, Muppet Babies was very, very satisfying too. And I think my next book will be my favorite because it'll be my story and my art. I don't know which one's going to sell. I think it's just inevitable sooner or later one of them will. But, you know, whatever it is, I like working with certain people, but I love working by myself.
Which is, I can lead off of this with, look out. I know being an artist is like projects, a lot of times you can't talk about what you're working on or what's coming up, but do you have anything coming up that we should know about that you can talk about?
Well, I'll tell you, the biggest thing is I'm working on a 200-page book on Oddball Comics.
Wow.
Tomorrow's will be publishing it. We don't know when because of everything going on,
Yeah.
but I'm still scanning stuff. I'm drawing, let's see here. Well, these are still in blue pencil. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm doing all the introductions as strips with myself as a character in
Oh,
it,
wow.
and
Delicious.
kind of giving people a sense of, yes, this is a cartoonist writing this, because people don't know who I am, but it'll kind of say, here's a guy that's experienced, so let him show you how to read this stuff. Because, you know, I put the stuff up on Facebook, and a lot of guys either say, I've got that, or, which is very important, I usually say, I'll write that down. Or they're like, well, yes, well, you know, in this issue, so-and-so beat up so-and-so, and then they conquered, then they got the so-called skull. And it's like, no, I'm just making fun of these things because I love them. And it's so funny because I'm dealing with all these fanboys that look at this stuff like it's medicine. And guys, just unclench a little and just enjoy the fact that comics are goofy sometimes. And comics aren't goofy anymore. This sounds like I don't like comics because I love them, but I was much more happy when comics were kind of just considered disposable entertainment. You know what I mean? Nobody took them seriously because there were 10 cents, 12 cents. Nobody had blockbuster movies. Now that money's been attached, everything is kind of lousy. It all is a little too slick and a little too heartless. You know? How many times will the world get destroyed?
At least once a year.
You know, I wish they would do a Spider-Man movie where he's just hanging out in the neighborhood and saving bodegas and stuff. I mean, I'd like that 100 times more than, you know, saving the world.
Since you've been a man of many hats, is there pros and cons to each, like producer, director, animator?
Let me quote Bill Hanna. He once told me about a month before I became the producer on Ed Grimmy, he goes, and he he'd had throat cancer, so he had kind of a raspy voice anyway. But we all like anybody that worked with Bill does an imitation of him. He'd say, "You don't want to be a producer. It's like being a goddamn janitor." That's right. Yeah, that's probably the one I wouldn't want to get.
Wow.
We did talk about you're open for commissions.
Yeah.
You have a preference
Yeah.
on the kind of work you're doing, or
I'm doing stuff in nice, special quality kind of colored pencils and these, COVID pens that won't fade. And I'm doing everything but the Flintstones, the Muppets, characters I've never drawn. I did Talkie Tawny the other day, Captain Marvel's Tiger Pal. A little bit of everything. I just did a whole bunch of them for a new charity to help out comic shops called Give Comics Hope. And Bill Shamus, the guy that used to help run Diamond, is behind this thing.
Oh,
So all that stuff's going to go up for auction in the next month or so.
that should be great.
Yeah, and a lot of artists are doing stuff for it because comic shops are really hurting now.
Oh, yeah.
So I
And,
used to run a comic shop. I have a lot of friends that are dealers. I don't want to see them go out. If they go under, we're all doomed as far as doing comics or stuff like that.
I'm going to bring
Yeah,
up
but
I'm going to bring up the two sites we showed earlier, just so
okay.
people know how to get a hold of you. So on Facebook, your exclamation pointed rather,
Yes.
Scott Star Cartoons. So they can reach out to you there.
Explanation point if it's really ugly art.
And then Shaw Cartoon or Shaw-cartoons.com.
Yes, please. Oh, there I am again.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure they know how to get a hold of you. If they want to follow you, you have a social media presence, Scott?
Just on Facebook. I barely Twitter except when I was going to conventions. I'd kind of whore myself out a little. But, I don't really have much time in it. I like Facebook because it's kind of like having my own radio show.
And we do recommend you guys go out to like YouTube and find the Oddball Comics
Yeah.
videos.
Yes.
Look
Please.
for the quick draw. Yeah.
You can find
Yes.
some of the quick draws out there.
Yeah,
What else?
guys, if you don't know what Oddball Comics is, I perfectly understand. But if you like comics at all, give it a try. Because this is kind of about the reality of comics, not your favorite comic, the comics that you probably didn't buy, or if you did, you kind of thought, what was I thinking about? But a lot of them are some of the classics too. But you just don't notice these things. So I will be your Sherpa in finding out just how silly old comics are.
And it's also fun when you find out like some of the big names in comics now, like some of the stuff they had to do where they were cutting their teeth,
Yeah, well, everybody's got to climb over the broken glass just to get this. Oh, there's no prize here. There's just some more broken glass.
Yeah. Fun
So,
stuff.
so Scott, again, this will be persistent on the Comic Jam page and the YouTube page. Unfortunately, Twitch, I don't have it only stays up for 2 weeks on Twitch, and then it'll go away. But if anybody wants to watch this down the road, you can direct them to the Facebook
Now
group.
we know what they're named Twitch.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
the whole thing with Twitch is they have like different levels, and I'm not anywhere near the level that can have persistent videos.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
We're not delivering, apparently. Want me to take my shirt off? No, that won't.
that's the OnlyFans site.
Oh,
Scott, thank you for your time, man.
oh, this is great.
This has been very pleasant, and a pleasure to meet you, Michael, and a pleasure to see my old pal John.
Yeah, it's always good to see you, Scott.
We were over there last year, but we were just had our hands full just seeing stuff.
Oh,
We-
yeah.
We hadn't been in Hawaii for a while.
It's
and,
changed quite a bit. Yes, I think since the last time you came down. Yeah.
We were on Maui just a little bit because we wanted to see our friends that live in Kihei.
Yeah.
And then we wound up staying in a friend's place right on the water on the Big Island.
Wow.
And that was a beautiful experience.
Yeah. Very nice.
No,
Yeah. Well,
But I have to say, and you don't need to, this isn't being nice or anything. When we go to Hawaii, it's for the people. I mean, we live in Southern California. We've seen plenty of beaches and palm trees.
Yeah.
People in Hawaii are, for the most part, the sanest, nicest people I've ever been.
that's good to know. Yeah.
I'm not being nice here. That's true. That's the reason I always want to get back. And it's always so funny too, because being on an island, I guess this is normal to you, but I've noticed this just going over there a few times. You keep running into the same people, standing in the same lines. You just become friends just from seeing each other's faces.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that island isn't that big, you know? And,
No, it's not.
yeah, it's like, I remember we were over there one time, and I think 2 or 3 nights in a row, we saw people sitting next to us in a restaurant. Then they were next to us in a line to see Hellboy. And I forget where else. And finally we said, well, maybe we should just get together for a meal.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Hawaii's the sanest place to be.
That's fine.
You know better, I'm sure, but to a guy in LA,
It's all good. Well, we can't wait till you get a chance to come back down again with the family.
Yeah, 2025, 2025 when everything opens up again.
I hope the best for all of you. I really do.
Yeah.
And all of us.
I
Yeah.
think they're going to open up travel again end of this month, aren't they?
Yes, I think. We'll
I
see.
want that seat on the wing.
I saw it on the wing.
I want the seat right next to Bill Shatner.
There you go.
How's the weather where you're at, Scott? You're warm too, right?
Oh, things are okay. I mean, it's weirdly fluctuating.
Yeah.
One day it'll be hot as hell. The next day it'll be nice and cool.
And you're not impacted by the fires, or are you? Or
I'm right in the middle of an old neighborhood, so it would have to be destroying half of Los Angeles.
Okay.
Oh wow.
It probably has destroyed half of Los Angeles, but I mean, we're really in. There's a lot of homes around us for miles.
Well,
All right.
like I said, thank you again for your time. You got an open
Go
invitation
rest-
anytime you
go
want to come
rest
chat some more. Just let us know.
Well, I'm sorry I burned up so much time with you, but I hope-
No, this
you
is
don't have to
great.
apologize for that. I've
All
done
right.
5-6 hours on my own, so it's fine. We're only at 4.
Well, next time I see you, you can bend my ear. I'll interview you.
We can draw if you figure out how to draw
Yeah.
on camera. We can do that. John and I,
That would be fun, but I don't know how you do it.
well,
You know what? We would have to do some sort of an interview type thing where one does something and then we'd scan it and send it to one of the others to react to or something. You know what I mean? We'd have to maybe build on a drawing. That might be fun. You know, like you ever see Sergio do the thing with Mark? They don't do it much anymore, but Mark would have to say, okay, draw Gru in a kayak. Okay, now draw Godzilla coming in. Now have the circus in town. Okay, here are the luchadores. And he'd just keep adding them.
I can't remember what they called it, but they used to do like a round robin drawing where like if you Z down the page, each person would just they take turns drawing something to keep adding to it. Like the whole
That's called Tick Attack.
Tick Attack. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they call it in Europe. And I think Art Spiegelman published a whole book of those.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I bought that because it was like, this is stuff you don't see anywhere.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, have a nice evening. And
You as
thanks
well.
for
It's not almost it's past 9 o'clock where you're at.
That's okay. I eat just about any time.
Okay.
Or anything.
All right. Well,
All right. Well,
any
thanks
last
for
words?
watching, everybody. Thanks for doing this.
All right.
Okay.
Aloha, everybody.
I'm leaving now.